to keep every trace of the material, every changing, the passage of time, because in that way we can, let's say, hear and see exactly that connection with our past. We perceive, if we have, for example, a building where we see all this changing, all the traces, even of the decay in some way, for us it's a very important way of understanding that this building was built in a certain moment, and we had a sort of a long story that brings it to our contemporary moment. And a lot of different things happen, which are the stories of the people who built, of the people who changed it, of how the society changed in that moment and why they need to turn it, for example, into a restaurant. Maybe look at the future and look back what they could see looking back at that project. So for us, let's say for the Western culture and for the Christian culture in general, this idea of linearity of time is very important, and this is why they are so connected with the materiality. So we are really connected to keeping these traces, because it's like the sign of our presence in that moment or that in the history. And then this is why now the contemporary definition of authenticity said that there is, and this is why NARA document that Mauricio was mentioning before, is so important. In 1994, all the international community met in Japan, so in Nara, and it's not, the place is significant, because for a lot of time, let's say the Western and the European culture, was a sort of dominating perspective on cultural heritage. And in a certain way, they started to, also the different culture, to talk in these international debates and say, look, that for us, authenticity is something different. It's not only related to the materiality, but there are some other values. So this is why, for example, now when we search for this definition of authenticity, what all the international documents say to us, that is really depending on the culture that is understanding this idea of authenticity. So it's always a relative concept that depends on the culture that is looking, and that means in that moment is asked to preserve the monument. So for the Western culture, in perspective, it is felt in some way. For the Eastern culture, is felt in another way. And this is why it's so important the works that you will do with the community, and also understand, making also this question, why I am preserving this building? What are the values that I attach? I personally, I'm the people involved, I'm the professional, but then there is the values that the community that is living here attach to that monument, and then there is the values that the international community, let's say, perceive about that monument. So it's always, this is why it's so important that if you're very lucky, you can work with the anthropologists, and doing this kind of research will be very important, because we let you to have a very wide perspective and understanding what would be the values that you should preserve in your perspective in order to be authentic at the end. So maybe at the end you will decide to destroy everything at a certain point. Why not? You will be very provocative. We all know. That's not the, but you know, it's the process of, it's the cultural process that you are starting now that will bring you to the decision. Because when you go in a place and you say, okay, you know, I would like to rebuild it exactly as it was. Why? Because this is the way that everything is done before. Maybe it's not really an updated way of doing. It's exactly the process. Maybe at the end you will do exactly the same decision. You will have the same decision. You will decide that probably reconstructing the original shape, using the material, same material, will be, or let's say, not in the way, but rebuilding the exact shape will be the most suitable choices for your project. But it's very important to understand how you get there, and also how to do it, because also in reconstructing the same shape, for example, there will be several kind of slight different approaches, like your colleagues were saying before, like being distinguishable in some way, maybe not reproducing all the decoration because we didn't know how they were, so we're not respecting the idea of not faking the past, of not misleading who will come after us and look back at this moment. But it's very important the process that you do now, understanding what is the aim and what is the feeling that you have about authenticity. So what are the values that you would like to preserve?
There is a sense. Microphone. There is a sense. We believe that stones take our energy, the history of our land, and each stone, carved stone, is a beautiful one. And there's also erosion is a beautiful thing, but also all these stones keeps our memory, the memory of our parents and history. That's why to preserve the preserving and authenticity is very important.
Yes, that's a strong connection. For example, here we perceive that we had the chance also to talk in the previous day with some colleagues and other students from Artsakh, and we really perceive this strong connection really with every stone. This is very often also, I was very stunned when you enter, and some of you said that the political crimes and war were one of the first causes for leaving a place, which is very embedded in your story, of what you are feeling and what you are experiencing. Probably an Italian student would never have answered that as first. It would be probably they would have to make a reflection about that, but maybe in hours, let's say, not as a first reaction. So this is exactly what we mean. It's very important to understand what is the local meaning, because those kind of perception, those kind of feelings, we can get it, or let's say the other community and the other professional can only get it from you, because it's exactly this connection. For us, I think I don't know if we have the same feeling, but I don't. Of course, we have this connection, but it's very rooted in the past of the family, of the ancestor. Maybe for the Italians, it's not anymore like that. I think there is more detached, but it's very important that this part has to be taken into consideration. So that's absolutely crucial, the things that you said.
I see that we are really warming up, and I'm happy about that. Because it was the meaning of today, sharing, to try and talk with you about what you feel, what you perceive about heritage. And you see that step by step, it's difficult to separate the words and to split them, because they come and work together. For example, we were talking about use. So you were talking about use, maybe you were talking about use of someone else. So for example, when we come to the design process and we have to intervene somewhere, we cannot intervene without knowing what's the use of that place, or without deciding if it has not a use. So if it has a use which is clear, and you are restoring an old museum that will still be a museum, maybe you have to understand which changes you should provide to a museum of the 21st century, but at least the use is clear. But sometimes you have to decide which will be the use and the reuse of a place. And that this is also connected to the accessibility issues. So now that place, for example, our study, your case study, which use do you think you should provide? Or do you think you have to add some kind of micro also use that could be add facility and could help people to get back then? Or maybe it was just, let's say, it was a place, let's say, a kind of sanctuary, so a place for worship. Nowadays, it's worth that it keeps on being just a place of worship, or maybe it is a place where we have to narrate something, and we should provide something that helps us in narrating that. I don't know, it can be a museum, an open air museum, there can be some places which especially explain to the people to get there the meaning of the place, the history, the abandonment, the destroyed after the earthquake, the fact that the building that you see has been rebuilt is being built taking the stones from another one. So there are many things about use that allows you or not allows you to read the features that you think are available of that architecture. So the use plays really a crucial role. So we are getting step by step to like this very this very embracing approach of different concepts that all should be taken in consideration. Okay, so I will take an example of what we were saying, exactly saying. As it was, where it was, is the name of an approach that, as Professor Gambini said before, was very used in Italy, but all over Europe and also in extra-European countries. As it was, where it was what happens when people decide to rebuild again what was before, exactly without letting people understand the traces. And so the building is no more readable, let's say, as something happened in the meanwhile. Have you ever been to Venice? Yeah? Okay, something. So you remember this square and this tower. And I think that you can remember that the tower is still there. Did you know that was destroyed? Exactly. This is the point about authenticity. And how can people, tourists, but also new citizens, new generations, understand what happened to the building if we rebuild exactly the same? As you were saying, is the ship that we rebuild a fake? Or why should we do that? This approach is mainly used when there is sort of a collective trauma. And this happens, for example, when there is an earthquake, when there are conflicts, because people have the psychological need to see again what happened. Or when it is connected to the most important the most important buildings of the city, the ones who are symbols, and because architectures became our symbols of identity. And for example, the most important tower that was exactly in Venice. Sorry, I'm not used to. Okay. And so that was the most important square in Venice. And you know that Venice is full of tourists, is always full of tourists in every time of the year. And so it is a very important symbol for the community and also for foreign people. And when it fell down in 1902, as you can see, that was the remains, okay, the rubbles of the falling down. And the photo on the right is not a true one, but instead is just to make you know what happened to the tower. And now what you see is that that was before, and this is how you look at it today. So, if you were there, would you never guess that that was completely destroyed? I think not. That was collapsed. Yeah. The only thing that they did, for example, was to enlarge the basement in order to keep the weight of the tower best, and they also inserted concrete in the upper part of the tower. But as you can see from outside, you will never say that. You will never say that something happened and also materials changed in some parts. What do you feel about this? Oh, okay, that's it.
It was a headache.
No, it just collapsed by structure in this case. Yeah, that's why they enlarged the basement and did some.
By itself?
Yes.
scandal because there were no chance.
And how long these towers stayed in this position, or it was a moment also?
Oh no.
It was a moment.
The cracks start.
It was terrible, probably. And what's it, neighbor building has been destroyed as well. The church building as well.
But it was a huge scandal because some journalists also weeks before started to denounce the cracks opening, but nobody, let's say, really believed that the tower could fall. So they completely ignored all the signals. And when it collapsed, it was all of a sudden. The picture that you see, it was a sort of let's say a retouching of a picture, so it's not the real picture of the moment of the collapse. It's just a sort of fake picture that the journalists did for communicating the event. But it was really a huge scandal because there were the signals before. Of course, it's not just collapsing all of a sudden. But that is also connected. I don't know if you had this experience in your country as well of reconstructing exactly as it was, where it was, immediately after a traumatic event. Because of course, here there is something little bit different in the process. Because for example, imagine Abu Dhabi where you have a long time abandonment, and then you have a process of rebuilding as it was where it was. It's a little bit different when you have this decision immediately after a traumatic event. So in this case, one night the tower was gone, so the people really felt all of a sudden one of their identity marker, one of their most important monument of the city, and it disappeared in one day. And it's usually whenever we have earthquakes, traumatic floods, war, and some buildings are destroyed, so you don't have the time to get used to the deterioration, to the decay, to the abandonment. This provokes a very strong psychological trauma because, as Valentina was saying before, this building creates a connection with who we are as a society in some way. Because if you imagine these places, usually they are the place where you live, where you go to school, where you gather with your friends, where you have romantic appointment, or where you go to school. So in some way they are embedded in your identity, in your personal identity, and they are really the background of your life. There was an Italian architect that said that architecture is the fixed scene of our lives. So in some way we are people moving and having our life with the background of architecture. So this is also why, if you think, and I will make you a question. Imagine one place that is a very cared place for you, a place that is really meaningful for you. And imagine now to be there. What kind of image you have in your mind of that place? Did you have visualized the facade, the interiors, some details? What is? The environment.
So the context.
No facade.
We will not see the facade, we will see the environment.
Okay, so like being there and looking at what is around.
Yes, first of all, yes, that's the first thing that pops up to your mind.
Yeah, and this is very important because in some way it's telling you what is the things that in some ways more connected and the things that we create the strongest relationship. Usually there are these things, so the fact of visualizing ourselves in front of that place, in the surrounding environment, or maybe very little details like being inside a very specific place or corner, and you feel the the vibes and the spirit of that specific angle that is very significant to you. That's usually the two kind of visualization that we have when we have this kind of exercise. And this is also very telling, because in this way you can understand why the people that feel that have this kind of trauma, the first things that they want to see revealed is exactly that kind of environment. So finding again the facade of the monuments, the organization of the square, that in some way make you feel like being able of having a thread of connection with your past. So we usually want to, let's say the people in general, but then of course for someone can be a little bit different, but usually the most part of the people would like to see rebuild exactly that environment, those facades, in order to feel home again in some way. And this is why, for example, in this case of rebuilding as it was where it was, the only issue that was taken care is rebuilding the facade and the appearance of the monument. But, for example, all the changing for structural strengthening, for changing the, having little details in the interior design are perceived as possible. Usually the psychological issue in this case is always related to the rebuilding exactly the image of what we were seeing. Imagine that in some cases in Italy there were huge debate because they needed to change sometimes the stones, and the stones had little slightly different colors. And the people said, no, we don't want that stone, even if it's stronger, because it's changing the color. But if you are putting inside a frame of reinforced concrete, it's okay, you're strengthening, we don't see it, so it's okay, you can do it. That's usually how the debate goes. That's just to explaining the reaction. Then at this point enters all the authenticity issues. So when we do this, is it a copy? Is it not?
It's a necessity.
Yes.
Otherwise it will be destroyed.
Destroyed, yes. Yes.
And when was built the first one?
It was in full masonry structure. So
When?
bricks.
When?
When? 12th century? I don't know.
More or less, yes. More or less, yes. So you have to imagine that it was like something of 7th century, more or less old, but it was destroyed even before with lightning, so it has fallen even before, but it was always reconstructed, like repairing. So that's the first time that it collapsed totally.
It's very strange collapse at once.
For the medieval structure, high medieval structure, it is not something strange. So they collapse suddenly, and that's the problem with all the heritage that we have in Italy, at least about tower, bell tower, medieval tower. If you don't try and read before the signs of the structural concerning, it will definitely collapse and crumble down like in a moment. And that is the major issues. We lost other kinds of towers in this way in the most recent year. And it is because if you don't read the signs, it will collapse like in a while.
Says that the collapse due to compression. So if you have a collapse due to non-sliding, earthquake, this is other kind of structure or forces that arise diagonally or horizontally. So the compression is something that creates some fatigue in the material. So the material resists, but it starts to destroy from the interior, and so it's also quite difficult to detect because you would not have big cracks. You would have very tiny cracks, many of them, and then it's always happen like this, all at a sudden. But also this is something on prevention, because both in the cases of this company of San Marco and other bell tower that collapsed in Italy, there were small signs. So there is another example in Pavia, where they discussed for 10 years if the tower was really endangered or not, and then all of a sudden it collapsed.
And that's what's happening in Bologna too.
But
Yeah.
standing 10 centuries and collapse at once is, I cannot.
No, it is exactly because it's from the 10th century. I mean, it's 10th century that this structure is bearing a heavy that it cannot bear. So the materials are somehow becoming weaker and weaker and weaker until they cannot stand anymore this bear. And they you see, it's like powder. They completely.
The brick, this construction is brick and.
Yes, in all the cases it was brick.
No.
He is talking that from childhood he see the Moscow sunset, and he always dreamed to paint it as it was. But anytime he tried to use that red, he see that it's not the right feeling. And also he talk about the techniques that other painters use, like Rembrandt, and he wants to use the Rembrandt technique, but he feel that it's not the way he wants to draw. And he told the first time he see the Impressionists painting, he said he was angry because there is not another object, but there is a feeling that he's connected. And he, I read it in the past week, and it was my first time reading that thought, that he said, I see that the sunset was already painted by someone else, and also that I was afraid to say it, but also I listened that sunset in Symphony of Wagner. It's I'm coming from that part forward. That is the main thing is about the feeling, how it's feel, and in architecture is more. It's not that much abstract how we can do music, how we can do paintings, but I think that the main thing, because architecture is also connected to philosophy of music, of paintings, and I think the main part is about the feeling, and also the understanding how the people will be there is feeling that. That's why I think the architects are also need to be very sociologists, very good sociologists and very good communicative people, and that's about the power. I think that there is a four meaning context. The people are connected with the form, with the color, so how it's restored. I think in that point it's not that much important how color and Greek is the texture right for people, and also in other contexts you can use very abstract form, and it will be the right feeling that are lost, but you can bring it back.
Yes. I completely agree with you. I completely agree with what you said. Let's say that's a mature vision that is a sort of reaction, let's say, that's a sort of very mature reaction to what happened, being able to understand that it's not only that this is not the only possible way to recreate that connection with the place. So let's say that's in some way also an easy way to do it, because you have the drawings, you have the project, you can update the project, and that is very, let's say, in some way, it's probably from the technical perspective is the easiest way. But instead of being an impressionist, it's very much more harder, because it needs you to, and it's the same with architecture. So being able to work with contemporary architecture, with your way of expressing, and at the same time being respectful of the history, but giving to the people that feeling of that sunset, is exactly what is the most interesting and exciting part of the project,
Yeah, thank you. May I add about this, then we can move on, but then why? We can stay with this.
It's so nice.
I mean, in this specific case, I would be a kind of part of the devil part, the dark part, I mean the alternative part of this statement, as it was where it was. And what if kind of maybe important architects would be involved in design, to provide a new design for this square, for this tower, in such a unique site like this square in Venice? What if, I mean, this is a kind of alternative solution, strategy, to provide a contemporary design in a very important, historical and layered city and urban place, like urban and historical heritage like this. But what if, I mean, this square is made by several, a kind of process of adding through the history, through the time. So, but then we are dealing with trauma, so something that immediately happened. So maybe, as it was where it was good for this psychological reason. But what if maybe an architect, I mean an important, because maybe an important architect could be really provide a good design, something really strictly connected with the present, with the actual society. So what if we, I mean, Freckler, right, provides a design for this tower, bell tower, but then they prefer to rebuild in the same shape, with the same material on the skin, on the surface, but with a stronger concrete structure. So I would just add this alternative, maybe in my opinion more interesting, but then I can get that after a trauma like this, people, citizens in Venice and the municipality would provide the same. Okay.
Translating this question, kind of like this problem we have now when in Armenia we need to build some new churches, and there is a question: we need to use the modern forms or change the shape of our churches, or we need to use it how it was and how the people are connected with their churches. And it's a really hard question. I just what I think now, with all my knowledge I have now, and that it is also my professor with whom I work and give me big knowledge. He also said that in our very important. The, the details that it's not right to copy like it was in ancient time. And we also can see now that building that are trying to reuse the ancient, yes, zatanaj, will be decorations, like we can see the Hajj cars that are trying to be ancient, but it's not the right way. My professor is doing Hajj, making Hajj cars. He said that in ancient time, person he want to do all symmetrically, but in some point technically he can do that. But you feel that the person trying to do that, and his fault was he is trying to understand the structure of how is created that ornament, and how is structurally created that ornament, how was their philosophical part, and he is taking the meaning and giving the right form that is connected with our time. Because the people who lived in 20th century, I think their brain also is changed. Time is changed, and we can see it also in our way of talking. When we read the old books, it's very, in Armenia it's very visible. When you read the poems that are written with Hungarian, it's going to be Hungarian.
Freedom.
Yes.
Freedom.
Yes. You can write in that way now because your reading time is different. That's why I think it's the hardest part. It's harder, but it's more interesting.
I think for society it's sometimes very hard to move with time. We very often get very attached with the past, and we cannot accept what is new to us. For example, yes, I also wanted to give that example about Armenian churches, that in modern times today, there are many churches being built, but they lost their authenticity because the sizes get disrupted because the whole point of our church is the core, and the essence was that they are small and cozy, and the feel is very different from, for example, European churches, and it's a very radical difference. And today they are being built very massive Armenian churches with medieval typology, and it feels very artificial. So I think it would be more honest to build contemporary churches with new approach, but also the society must be ready for it to, the mindset should be modern to accept that kind of architecture, that kind of churches these days.
And also, your thoughts about what if they put a modern tower. I remember when Odysseus, maybe, or somebody else, went to go to the island of Amazon gas, and asked being killed by the most beautiful woman. He survived. Maybe the same story. If architects started to discuss which tower is better, it would be a huge war between architects. And maybe that's why Notre Dame that Paris, yes. There was a big competition, but they built it as it was. She also wanted to say something.
I don't think that architects and just people usually see the building differently, and for people to understand the modern architecture is more difficult than older one because you're used to it, and as long as it's not disrupt your comfort zone, they can't understand modern well. It's difficult. Architects do it more easier than people.
But fortunately, sometimes we don't need also, we don't see above our viewpoint. So it's easy to build something huge and terrible and stay stay out of the sights. Because people always see on the level of the shops, not above. Sometimes in Yerevan, when I look above, I'm getting surprised.
No, it's so we could. I'm just speaking about the idea that I'm too much related, for example, with this bell tower to say objective things. Okay, so I think that what they did at that time, at the end, if I had to like evaluate that, it was in some way right, because it was after a trauma they decided to do it. That it is something that, as you were so impressed, amazed by the fact that it was reconstructed, you said, what? And so it means that maybe we don't have to mislead people, and so maybe it has to be communicated, this history, but maybe what they did in that time was one way of repairing, of healing, of missing this symbolic place of Venice, because it is about orientation also, so how do you orient in the city, how do you see the city in different perspectives when you are moving through it, and so you always recognize this bell tower among the other ones, which are plenty of. And so, but going more next to your case studies maybe, yesterday Gaila was telling me about this project of reconstructing the ruin, the last ruin that we saw. I can't remember the different names of the places. So the church, that there's this project of giving an integration, a very contemporary integration on
Navustal.
Yeah.
Yeah, the project, I don't know, maybe not all of you were present where Amira Padishan was telling about the project. So the first project that is already approved is the full reconstruction of the church on the hill that would arrive in stone until the basis of the the drum. And then it will be reconstructed in some metal that is not still defined. And then his other idea is to rebuild the Gabit, the old church of the 11th century, and the Gabit, putting the columns of the Gabit in the inside of the 18th century church.
So it's maybe in this case, just trying to forget, I suggest to pull apart for a moment this project that has been approved and try to think by yourself what do you think are maybe the approaches that you have to display for this place, and maybe there could be like different shades of approach in relation to the history of transformation of this place. Maybe there are some parts which could be really, I don't know, get into a completion, let's say, and some other that maybe has to be maintained as a ruin. I don't know, it's just three thoughts that I'm doing. Because, for example, the church, one of the most not getting in this real ruin, but it's still alive because people get there. It is so obvious that people still get there, but it is dangerous. And we cannot avoid, as architects, to think that in that place we can leave things like that because it's going to collapse. It's clearly going to collapse. You see the mechanism, you read the mechanism of the arches, which are losing the central part inside and in the main portal and the main entrance. So it is clear that you cannot leave it like that. Or better, you have to frame a project maybe using the most updated technology in order to freeze that mechanism, and freezing that mechanism could be also to leave it like that if you have the tools to make retention, for example. But it is clear that you cannot avoid to intervene there, because if you not intervene, it could be a choice, but you have to be aware that then you have to form a kind of buffer zone of security, and the people could not really get in touch with that because it is going to collapse, it is clear. So how we could put together the strong power that's that place when you get inside that, with the fact that it could no longer be like that, but it's a difficult issue, but a very challenging one. So I think that there are architectural answers and conservative answer in order to try to maintain this perception, this feeling. And maybe the fact that you're working, and we will get slowly to landscape, complex landscape preservation, is the way of seeing that place as a complex of buildings where you can display different degrees of approach to the conservation issues.
Okay. I don't know how much time do we have, but anyway.
I don't know, 10
Wait.
minutes. 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
It depends on how much we want to eat during the
Oh.
lunch break. We will have another lesson at 1:30.
At 1:30.
Yes,
so
so
not coming.
Is best is coming.
At 1:30.
1:30.
Okay, so we can have like, I don't know, 20 minutes more.
Yeah. I mean, next we have kind of, I don't know how many words, but they are quite connected, starting from the word place and Genius Loci. Have you ever heard about Genius Loci? No? Not at all. Okay. So this could help us to move forward to the landscape topic that I think is kind of beside all this work, all this sharing and work together this morning about architectural values and about heritage and so on. We would also stimulate you, provide you some ideas about something connected to the site. So to the site, specifically to the site where the architecture was born, was raised, and after that, maybe we are used to face the architecture. Yesterday we were facing the architecture, we were moving to visit the architecture, the ruins, the church and the monastery. So what if we just turn us and we turned and we took several pictures of the landscape? So what is the landscape for us? And we will start talking about the place. So where architecture just born. So what is Genius Loci? Genius Loci is an expression used since the Roman period, ancient Roman period. So it's about kind of gods protecting the architecture, and is strictly related to the site. So is a kind of, I don't know, it's quite hard because I'm more focused on what Schultz just used from this expression in the 90s. So is something that is important for us to get to understand the importance of the place where we are working. So maybe it's easier word territory next to landscape, because I don't know if you are familiar with these words, but then there are some differences. So territory is could be easier for us just to understand that territory is we can say is a part of the space we are living, and so we can consider it as a part of the space. We can ask to some questions, so we can get some information like human activity there, agricultural fields. We can just have several information we can get from the territory, and so it's a kind of it is maybe more related to geography discipline. And so with territory we are more used to deal with maps. So we can get what is territory through maps, through geography. So I mean this is a very wide approach to the territory, but it's interesting because it's more an objective way to understand the space around or embracing all the architecture we deal with. So landscape is something more. It's something that is not so objective because is, we can say, is a territory, so it's a kind of objective thing that we are feeling, that we are observing through our eyes, through our feelings. So it's something more. It's a kind of layered thing. It's a kind of also more modern thing to approach all the world around us. So landscape is also interesting to understand what is landscape from the etymology, and so in English and in German and so on. The landscape is a kind of thing, and then paesaggio in Italian, paesage is they are parallel, but there are some, of course, there are some something that the two words, the two etymologies just share. So is something started from the painting.
Something you
Oh yes,
no.
Yeah, I'm sorry because I was.
I just.
Yeah, so this is the territory. I'm sorry. So we could ask to get some something about mapping and about the shape of the piece of land, and then this is the landscape. So why culture is into brackets? Because landscape, as I said to you, is something related to the way we are feeling, we are perceived, the perception as we perceive. So actually, UNESCO used this cultural landscape, so the two words together. But actually, landscape is itself a matter of human and nature. So they put together the two things. So cultural is the same. So now normally we prefer to use just landscape or paesaggio because culture is not so useful. It is kind of an addiction. So the very famous and well-known UNESCO definition of cultural landscape is a cultural landscape is combined work of nature and humankind, expressing a long and intimate relationship between peoples and their natural environment. So yes, we have also environment, we have nature, we have human all together into the landscape. And so that's why also for our work, and this side was so awesome also for us to join and to perceive, to have this perception, incredible perception of all these lands just under the monastery. And I would share with you this, could be again, sorry. Okay. Anyway, just to, it's a kind of interesting exercise to me. This paysage photography is interesting, how can we say, a project made by several photographers, very important ones, you can see on the right. And they tried in the 80s to work together in order to achieve, to collect images from all over France with the aim to deliver, to show in this kind of atlas, to get what the French paysage, the French landscape could be. So it's a kind of very good, interesting exercise. We can go over later, thank you. To try to work together and to try to collect different kind of landscapes. So the urban ones, the rural ones. I mean, France is huge. Every nation, so starting from, I try to merge the information. So starting from a territorial, so a kind of territory shape. So the nation is a territory, it's not a landscape. So we have boundaries, we have a definition, a statement that define the state, the nation. And so starting from this constraint, they try to get and to show with this project an idea of paysage, of landscape. It is something more. And so it's interesting. Every photographer just try to add his way to work. Maybe moving next. Yeah, there are some. I mean, it's a kind of huge work. I think it's interesting. Last about landscape. It's a very long quote, but then is from Italo Calvino, an important writer and author. Okay, good. And I would just try to read with you because I think it's quite important for us as architects. And so every time, he said, every time I try to describe a landscape, the method I used in the description became as important as the landscape itself. At first, we think the task is simple. To select a portion of space, so the territory, I said to you, and say what we see. But suddenly I must decide whether to observe while remaining still, as painter usually did or used to do when painting from life. I mean, this is referring to the way to proceed, to get the perception of the space. Or move through that portion of space. So if we move through the territory, in the space, we are able to get a different kind of perception of it. So I can recount what I see from different perspectives, from multiple points of view within a three-dimensional space. Therefore, the description of a landscape, since it is imbued with the temporal dimension, is always a kind of narrative. There is a moving subject, and every element in the landscape is charged with temporality. That is, the possibility of being described at another time, whether in the present or in the future. So, at the end, Italo Calvino is saying that we can move through the space in order to provide a narrative. And so, yesterday, even if the rain just suddenly came to visit us, we were moving through the path, on the top of the hill, and so we were able to get sort of narrative when we pursue the space. And this is important for when we talk about landscape, because it's something more than just work on maps, work on planimetries, or work on section elevation and something like that, and it's something more deep in terms of perception. So I think as architects, this topic is a very kind of recent important topic to work on the landscape, and all the values related to it is quite interesting. And last, about this image and imaginary, so the collection of images related to, in this case, to a landscape. And so the very easy kind of exercise is, what is the mainstream imaginary about something? In this case, I just try to look for Armenia landscape, and there is a very mainstream way to, like a postcard way, to share this idea of a place, of a nation, of a culture. And so maybe we can also work to provide also alternatives to the mainstream kind of postcard of a place. So yeah, try to get some new values or some deep values of it. In question about landscape, about reflection.
Yesterday we would have liked to ask you to make this exercise on the side, but unfortunately the rain prevented us to do it. But maybe we can do it tomorrow. Maybe if you already have the idea is this. Yesterday we would have liked to ask you to go by yourself, walk through the site, and take 3 pictures of 3 specific aspects that you perceived as relevant from your visit to the site. So now, of course, we cannot do, but I guess that you have a lot of picture, and maybe an exercise that we can ask you to do for tomorrow is just picking 3 of these pictures that you have in your camera, and try to associate these 3 pictures to a keyword. Just to identify a specific one element that you find relevant for you during the visit, or even a short video if you want, whatever is relevant to you.
Or a drawing. I saw that many of you were drawing.
Exactly. Yes, the idea is like picking 3 elements for each of you that in some way you felt relevant. It might be a relation with the contest, a specific view, it might be a details of something that struck your attention, maybe a sound that you heard, a smell that you perceived, something that when you were doing the visit really captured your attention, or the way through whatever is relevant. That's a sort of, let's say, exercise to start looking in a critical way to the, in a personal way to the site. Then tomorrow, if you want, we can you can show your pictures. We can collect them and show, and you can show 1 picture and 1 keyword. And so we can start even talking, because tomorrow we will also have this debate about trying to describe these values that we see. So we will work on the site, but this might be a good point to start.
Yes, don't worry. I think that we were seeing that thing, so I'm reading that.
Solo perché scarico, mi dai.
No, ma in realtà funziona anche senza
Ah, yes, of course. We are about just to get to a point, and then we leave for lunch, and then we get back at 1:30 that you have the second communication of today, and we keep the signature. So starting from this afternoon, we keep the signature of the presence in order to only the one who will attend the workshop, the summer school are getting the credit, because we see that many people are not there. So
yeah, and if you can stay here and give me your names, I will take them now. And this is very important, because we are giving 3 credits only to the people that will be present to all the lessons and will deliver a final work. So this is a serious summer camp is not something. So this is very important, and also it is important if it starts at 10 that you are here at 10. If you feel that 10 is impossible for you, we can discuss, and maybe, but if the professors arrive, you must be here. A second thing, we have serious problems with the weather. So the 5th may not be the right day to go to Star. So as I see, apparently the weather will not get better until the 8th. So I was wondering if we take a free day on the 5th, or maybe within the 5th we can do some lessons here, as we have still the professor of Bologna, and then add one day for the survey part, because you need also to have work after the work on site. For you, it would be a problem if we shift the days, or okay. Okay, so I will collect from
time that monument has spared, how many times, how many lives were passing through that building, that asset. And so this is like a way of trying and start thinking how you relate as a professional to this kind of stuff. And if the passing of time, the traces of time included also alteration, how do you think you should relate to that? We have alteration that really could be dangerous and get the building into a worse state. But maybe there are some more natural alterations that could be understood and kept and be understood as something that naturally happens to architecture. And then, so it's one of the components, and it's so very interesting, the thing that we were saying before about authenticity, that you don't have the way to express that properly in Armenian, but you have some other words which relates to this concept. And all the concept that they were saying about natural, the real, the ancient are connected to the traces, and so how you should include the traces in your reasoning, the operation, the deterioration in your reasoning. I will jump a bit this thing, and maybe we can close with some remarks about recognizability.
Yes, recognizability is one of the other, let's say, key principles according to the more contemporary issues of theory, especially from, say, it's very relevant in the contemporaneity, but it goes back till the Boitos theory, so thinking back to the 19th century, and why it was so important. Because at a certain point, especially in France, with Viollet-le-Duc, I don't know if you have heard of him, of course, the idea of this stylistic restoration was trying to always mislead in some way it was not restored. In order to be clear, the stylistic restoration was in some way misleading the observer, but of course not on purpose. The idea of Viollet-le-Duc with this stylistic restoration, which came before this kind of approach, was the idea that the style was the most important issue and the most important element to be preserved. So the coherence of style, and the recreating a building that was perfectly coherent in every part, in every decoration, was a very spread approach. But at a certain moment, this Italian approach, also thanks to the England and the English influence, thanks to John Ruskin, as Professor Simeone was mentioning before, they realized that there was a sort of a risk of misleading in this kind of restoration, because the public could not really understand which were the previous part, what part were standing before, what were the parts that the restorer found when work and what were the other part. So starting from 1883, these Italian architects really theorized the idea that it should be important to be recognizable when doing the restoration. And in doing recognizable, you can have a lot of different shades in this recognizability, meaning that you let the people understand that what you do is a restoration. If you think of it for painting, for example, for sculpture, it's quite normal for us to see when we go in a museum, and if there is a missing part, you can see the neutral integration, or you can see the added part, which is almost nowadays always amplified and highlighted, has the new addition or has the integration made by the restoration. And this was exactly the same kind of approach applied to architecture. So in this case, we had the chance to visit Garni, and we saw, and you were mentioning before, exactly this kind of, this is more recent intervention, it dates back to the 20s of the 20th centuries, but the idea was exactly doing a mastilosis, so collecting the pieces that were present on the site, rebuilding them, and making the addition completely visible, using the stones with no reproduction of the carvings, of the decoration, and the same for all the decoration in the tympanum, in the frontons, so everything was just replicated, but just in the main line in a very simplified way. So starting back from them, even the more contemporary, let's say, issues about conservation ask us to always think about this idea of being recognizable. I think I have also the picture of the first time that these approach. No, sorry, we didn't put it on. Okay, no, it doesn't matter. I had, if you want to see the first time that it was applied, it was in the Arch of Titus in Rome. So you will see exactly the same kind of approach that you find here. So, and in that case, we were in 1823, so very early, so at the very beginning of the 19th century. But even nowadays, of course, it's a question, it's an issue. Of course, this is very soft. You can understand how this issue of being recognizable can lead to, for example, very authorial integration on architecture. So imagine like contemporary architecture, architects, contemporary artists are even working on cultural heritage sometimes can have this also will of express their own research on architecture, so we can find combinations that might be dissonant in some way because of the kind of relations that you find with the pre-existence can be, let's say, soft in assonance like this one, so just like keeping the lines but not replicating the decoration, or you can just decide to rebuild everything but just underlining which part have been added. There are several ways to do it. For example, you can stay a little bit back from the line. Imagine you're building a wall masonry wall, and you can decide to stay like shifting a little bit. If you look at the sections, or being a little bit moving toward the inside or the outside, or underlining in the line of mortar, which is exactly the line of the integrated part. You can change a little bit the colors of the material, for example, so probably in this case using the same basalt stone, but maybe using with a little shade, different shadow, and you need to select those. It can be done with doth as well. So different, let's say, actions that can be helpful for us for being recognizable. Why it is important? Because exactly as we think the architecture as a monument, as a document, and in this idea of letting the people, even in the future, understanding what were the passages, what were the changes done to the architecture, this is very a significant approach, because that way you will always, let's say, you will leave a documentation of your intervention on the sites. And you are, let's say, experiencing the opposite. When, for example, people decide to deliberately destroy part of the history, removing some decorations, in order to just erase some part of the history. So even for the historian, and I really have to tell you that when I started to study what was happening in Artsakh to the monument, I really realized for the first time how important it is, this conservation. We were trained, all of us, and we teach conservation, so we were like very much focusing this historical importance of keeping the layers and being very respectful, being very proof and solid based, let's say, keeping all the traces, because you want to be a scientist in this way, in some way, you know. Of course, it's very hard nowadays, for example, to find a restorer of painting that will completely add a new part or remove part of the decoration because they found that artistic element maybe not relevant. So exactly at the same way as an architect restorer, we think of the object as a sort of a document, which is very important. And we have to say that in this case, when you see this part removed, in order to change the history of the place, it's very touching, and it's also very, you perfectly understand the consequences that this could have on the conservation of monument, but not only on the monument, on the heritage politics, on the heritage discourse, so it becomes bigger and bigger, and you can feel the relevance. So this is why, for example, it's so according to us, very important to keep this idea in mind. Of course, we can do the restoration, we can do the intervention, but this is a very important issue, being recognizable, not trying to mislead the who is looking at this, just being as a scientist in the field. This doesn't not mean that we, as an architect, we have to renounce to our artistic expression, and architects also has this part. Of course, we came from a scientific base. We need to have to learn the skills and the knowledge, but there is also this search for artistic expression, which should not be let's say, excluded from the debate. So we have this ability. It's hard always because we need to find a balance between the two, but we strongly think that is probably the most funny and interesting part of the job, you know, being able to find your expression, your way, to find that balance between science, being reliable, being solid, and skilled and trained, of course, because we also have to know the technical issues, but also finding this artistic and being able to read and to use the historical architecture as an inspiration for our contemporary architecture. Okay, I think that we can stop here. Maybe we can continue. Yes, maybe even tomorrow we can continue. Any reaction on those? Otherwise,
Lunch.
yes, because there's going to be another lecture in the afternoon.
In conclusion, what I want to say is that although the activities I have shown,
and I'm really happy, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you, Kaine, for involving me in this summer school, and also with Kaine. Now we are starting working in to think about what could be done. When I was asked to do this presentation, I just thought that I need really to share with you some practical work, which you can learn about, how we can do some projects. I am not architect, but I am dealing with heritage since like almost 15 years. So just I would like to give you a background about myself. I work as a researcher in Spanish National Research Council, called the CICIC, which is a Spanish agency of research, and I work on cultural heritage. But my main work was through my NGO, Heritage for Peace. So Heritage for Peace is an international NGO working on the protection of cultural heritage in conflicts. I would like to share some story with you, and also the idea and the objective you can learn how an NGO could work as well on heritage projects, you know, and some we can say also some rehabilitation projects. I will give you a general overview about Heritage for Peace, what we do, and then I will come to some case studies. So I selected 2 case studies from Syria and another case study as well from Yemen. The idea of those case studies to learn how we can build the trust with locals, how we can work with locals, how we can work with authenticity as well, as you know, we need really to stick to the authenticity of the restoration and rehabilitation. The values.
I asked if it was too fast because they understand, because yesterday they had some problem understanding.
Yeah, my language is okay? Yes. If I am talking fast, let me know.
And also if you need some translation, you can ask.
Yeah. So, but I think the majority they speak really good English. So, Heritage for Peace. As I said, it's an NGO I created since almost 13 years. Why it was created? Because actually, I mean, the war started in Syria. We started to see the obstructions, and you know, this also affected me very sadly. And I need to do something to help my country with the protection of culture. So we established Heritage for Peace in Spain, and all of these years we are working for the supporting of the protection of cultural heritage in Syria and other countries with very clear mission. You know, our mission is to support heritage workers indifferent of citizenship or religion as they work towards the protection of cultural heritage for future generations. So when we talk about heritage, we mean all kinds of heritage, you know? And we have a lot of architects working with us, so architects which specialize on cultural heritage. So this course also for you, it's interesting because you can learn as well about how an architect, you know, became a heritage professional, you know. Because I mean, it would be fantastic if you consider specializing on cultural heritage and restoration, management, all kinds of things. Because I mean, it's an amazing country. We still have a lot of potential, have a huge potentiality in order to make and to restore and to manage and to promote the heritage. You know, everyone when I talk about Armenia, when I am back, they're like fascinated. When I send the photos of Karani, of Iraq, or other places, they will say, yes, we want to come to visit. You know, so and Armenia really need a lot of people like you in the future in order to develop this, you know. I studied archaeology, but with the time I specialized on heritage management. And my idea was, before this conflict in Syria starts, that you know, to come back to study in Europe and then come back in order to help on the production and management of cultural heritage in Syria. The war started, and all my dreams disappeared, and I concentrated on this specific, you know, discipline, which is the specializing on heritage production in conflict. So my specialty is this, you know, how we can help countries in conflict to protect cultural heritage. I did my PhD on this, and with the years we learned a lot about this subject. This is a discipline still not really very new. In the last maybe 20 years, that there is more attention about this kind of work because of what happened, you know, in many countries. And it's very relevant as well to Armenia, because, you know, now for a lot of Armenian, there is a lot of danger of the heritage because of what happened in Nagorno-Karabakh. It's also because what happened in other countries where the Armenians are, as well, you know, many Armenians, they're now displaced for the second time. A lot of Armenians, they were in Syria, in Iraq, and other places. And I just mentioned to Erne, I just met today like a Syrian Armenian who left Syria since almost 50 years, and he was explaining me amazing stories, you know. So, so what I want to say here, you have also this duty, you know, to contribute to the production of the Armenian identity and Armenian heritage. You know, so don't think that really, if you will specialize in heritage, it will be really a very noble and amazing thing for your country and for the future generations. You know, so what I want to say here, yeah. Maybe I have some problem with that.
Let's go back.
Yeah. So, we created this NGO because, you know, of the needs. Armenia also now still needs the Armenian museums and Armenian heritage professionals. If something happens, they don't have really that experience with crisis and with management, with war. And let us say, if an earthquake will happen in Armenia, you know how the people who are working in heritage or museums, they are going to deal with this. So there is really a need, and this is like in Syria, you know. With the years, we learned that really we need to train people on risk preparedness, you know. So even for museums and also for many buildings, you know, we need really to get this preparedness. In Syria or another conflict, when this happened, the people they didn't have knowledge about that, you know. So very important as well, you know, in the future maybe we are interested also to do some courses and training for heritage workers on this kind of issues, preparedness. We are also very disappointed with the international community, especially, you know, in many cases like Syria, also other countries. The international community was not very supportive, and also in the Armenian case, you know, a lot of destruction of Armenian heritage is happening in Nagorno-Karabakh, and the international community are very like silent, you know. So there is really an importance to people to organize themselves and to work in order to raise these issues. So your role, and maybe in the future, you will come to set up several NGOs on for the heritage, or you can be members of Sireh, which is like, that will be the big image of the Armenian heritage, you know, and we hope that really we are very optimistic about the future and the role of Sireh. Sireh needs you as well. So our NGO is really small NGO, but we could, in the last years, we could do a lot of work, you know. So this is some backgrounds of our NGO. So we work in implementation of several projects. I will now concentrate to talk about those projects that we have. We work to promote peace through heritage and working during conflict, to somehow also in post-conflict, and also working with local communities in order to make the link between local communities and international community. Later I will explain more about that. This is René Timer, the co-founder of Heritage for Peace with me. Unfortunately, he passed away 3 years ago. But now we are preparing a very important publication, which we would like to also share with you, because you can have a lot of good basic if you will read this publication. So, called the Crisis Cultural Heritage Access, how crisis impact cultural heritage and how heritage impact crisis. So we worked during the last 2 years to prepare these publications. So these publications, when it will be published, I think very soon it will be published. The idea is to learn basics about, you know, how you can deal with crisis, heritage climate change, heritage and peace, heritage early warning, heritage and as well reconciliation. So we will really think that it will be really a good guidelines for the people who are working in this sector in order to provide them with practical as well advices. So in our website, you have a lot of publications, academic publications as well, you know, about many issues. So there is also something which you can learn is the basics for the heritage preservation, you know. So we have a lot of materials. If you go to our website, later I can show you where. They are like manuals, guidelines, you know, for even for rehabilitation and conservation, you know, in a different context. We started with Syria since 2013, but in the last 5 years also we extend our work for other countries. So Iraq, Yemen, Libya, Ukraine, Sudan, Gaza, and Ethiopia, especially the north part of Ethiopia called Tigray, where there was a conflict. Where it was a conflict, you know. So, but we are more focused and we implement the project in Syria and in Yemen, where we have all of those projects. In other countries, we do a lot of advocacy and research. You know, especially I just want to let you know about the case of Gaza. Why really I do believe that the people they can make change. We are always sometimes, you know, disappointed with the politics, and you know, also we are not happy with. You are not happy, I know, with the government and how it's dealing with Nagorno-Karabakh. But in Gaza, I just want to tell you something. After 1 month of the start of the war in Gaza, we published a report about how Israel's attacks destroyed cultural heritage. And we published this report, and this report, fortunately, many media channels, they used this report, you know, to document that there is another crime in Israel, that Israel is committed, which is the destruction of cultural heritage. And after just few days, all the media was talking about that. And then, when they did the case against Israel, there is like a famous case that South Africa went to the International Court of Justice, you know, they started to talk about cultural genocide. And they used our report to document that the people in Gaza are also suffering another genocide, which is cultural genocide and cultural cleansing. You know, so this small report, which we did with the people in Gaza, make really a lot of resonance about what is happening, and this also, I think, and we need to do more work on that to show what is happening, for example, in several places in Nagorno-Karabakh with the destruction of the monasteries, of cemeteries, of churches. You know, all of this, I think there should be always a monitoring system to show what is happening, because talking about that, it could be really a good reason to make pressure on the international community to do something. This is something which we learned, you know. We, all of these years, we worked to, as a heritage, and the heritage that we are dealing with is destroyed by the conflict, bombing, you know, there is also intentional, how we say, destruction. Heritage as well, many sites are suffering from looting and illicit trafficking, you know, so we know also it's, I think, a problem in Armenia. I don't know still a lot about this, but a lot of people, they loot and they find objects and they sell them. So this is something also happen a lot in the countries where there is no stabilities and there is conflicts. Museums also suffer from a lot, you know. So, for example, here there is a big issues with the museums in Nagorno-Karabakh. A lot of museums, they still have a lot of Armenian heritage. So what will happen with this, you know? We know some of them, they were evacuated and they came to Yerevan, but not a big collection. So also the government now, they say, what we will do with this, you know? Because there is a lot of complicity regarding to the international law. Because now, as for the international law, Nagorno-Karabakh is recognized as Azerbaijan territory. So there is a lot of complicity to this, you know. So therefore, we need, you know, the people to move in order to make pressure on the international community. And obviously, the loss of international cultural heritage, you know. All the countries in conflict, a lot of refugees, they go out and they will lose their cultural practice, their, you know. So now as well, now with 120 or 130,000 people came from Nagorno-Karabakh to Armenia, all of those people, they have a huge intentional heritage. This should be documented as well, you know, so songs, a lot of things. And we hope in the future we really could work to do some projects in order to document this intentional heritage of those people.
So to see if we are, what do you think it is risk preparedness? So what people should do when you know that there is the possibility that the conflict will arise? So in your opinions, how can you prepare to make those risks less dangerous?
I guess the first thing is to involve such organizations as yours, because you directly deal with such cases, right? Heritage in the time of war, preserving heritage and protecting it. Because when you, like the community, raise your voice, within a country, it doesn't reach to a point. It may be lost in that area, not go further. But in case you involve such organizations as international organizations, etc., it will help more or less to be more visible for the world.
Yeah, but also something very important, you know, we should work, you know, during the stability or during, which is making database, you know. So, for example, museums, you know, a lot of museums, they didn't have digital database, you know. So when the war happened, all of these materials are just documented in paper, you know. So we need really to, very important is to create database, even for the buildings, you know. For the buildings, we need really to have all of the buildings well documented with good photography and sorry, I just give this idea, but also you need to also answer the question of Kaine.
Yeah, so documentation is very, very important, and in the case of Nagorno-Karabakh we had this problem. So the organizations like Heritage for Peace can help very much, but who must do the documentation are the people that are involved with this cultural heritage. So this is also to preserve the memory and to have a basis for legal claims about the ownership of the heritage. But then you have also to do some physical work, because a war is not something that somebody calls you in a month I will invade you. So this happened, you are not prepared, so you should know before how to prepare in a way that once this happens, like in a building where there is fire, you should know that you cannot use the lift, for instance. I mean, a simple like thing, but you have to be prepared to know what to do, and this is only the people, the organization here or the organization in the place must have this plan for risk preparedness.
So,
please?
Yes.
It was also what we are doing right now, the educational system, our summer camp, is the way us to prepare to have professional knowledges. Also, we have 20 students in our university, and we are doing summer practicing, and that work can be some reports that can have a
collected in one place.
Included in one place, and the students will also be involved in our culture and our heritage, because now, as I'm a student and I'm talking with our students too, I feel that we have that interest, yes. And also to collaborate with other programs. I had the opportunity to work in TUMO, through the scanning our monuments, and unfortunately I can go in. I know that TUMO, before 50 days occupation of WhatsApp, they go and scan more than 50 monuments, and I think it's great work, and I hope that in our university, our practice will become that much serious, because I also scan, I work with a team. We go and scan in church in Artavazika, and I was just a student, and they helped me to learn and make it. So
Yes, this is very important, and also another thing that is important is to be registered in the official documents.
Exactly. Also, I mean, there are several conventions which are, are very important, for the protection of cultural heritage. Those conventions are by UNESCO. So there is the Hague Convention in 1954, and there are two protocols, 1954 protocol and 1999. So one of those protocols talk about preparedness and peacetime. So I don't know, I think Armenia ratified the convention, but
yes.
still
they ratified the convention.
Yeah.
Still very good.
Yeah, but how the conventions are also connected with the legislations in Armenia, because Armenia, according to the Hague Convention, should make a database of all of these buildings, of the museum collections as well. So this is really important regarding to the convention.
Yeah, it will be soon published, and we will share with you a study on Armenian policies in culture. So Armenia tried to be always on the same level of the different organizations or other countries. So they always signed all the conventions, but then the signing was not included and was not used to change the laws. So there are some laws that are in contradiction with the signatures of the convention. So the convention cannot really be implemented in the right way because they do not correspond to the Armenian law. And so there are a lot of gaps in this organization. And one other important tool is the blue sheet protection.
Blue sheet protection, yes. Also it will be interesting for you to learn about the conventions, because we have like 5 international conventions. The convention of 1954, so this was done by UNESCO after the Second War, in order, because during the Second War a lot of destruction of cultural heritage happened in Europe, like historic cities, they were destroyed, so they created this in order to protect cultural heritage in conflict. Then we have the convention of 1970s, which is this law doesn't allow the countries to export and import objects, because then it's like a tool, like legal tool. You cannot just buy an object and try to take it with you. So there are. Also, there is a convention of 1972. This convention of the World Heritage Sites. So Armenia has 3 World Heritage Sites. So the World Heritage Sites means this heritage for Iran or Iraq are not just for Armenia; it's for all the world. So this and Kirat, I think, have enhanced protection. Means that it's very, very protected. So Azerbaijan, if some war will happen in the future of Iran, but if we'll attack Iraq, for example, this will be like a big crime. So Azerbaijan should be taken to the court because of attacking World Heritage Sites. And there are also 2003 convention, which is for the protection of the intangible heritage. And also there is a convention of 2005, which is cultural diversity, convention. Anyhow, but it's important for you to have this overview about this international convention because this is the legal international framework of the protection of cultural heritage. And also I think it will be interesting for you to learn about the Armenian law and the problems and the needs of the Armenian law. So this is something really important for all the people who need to work on heritage. They should have this legal base in order to deal with the heritage. Yeah, anyhow, I will go fast because there is an next class, but I just want to give you an overview. So also about Syria, Syria has 6 World Heritage sites. All of those sites, they suffered from destruction during the war. We have thousands of archaeological sites, here you have the Euphrates and the Tiger. So the Tiger and Euphrates, there are like thousands of archaeological sites still not excavated, and they still. So the Syrian heritage suffered a lot from destruction and also from looting, because when there is a war, there is a collapse, and a lot of people they loot because they need to survive. Just a little bit about some of the archaeological sites that we also documented during the war. What we did and what we do, if a conflict happened, like in the case of Syria, even now with Yemen, so what we do is to document the destruction. In Sudan, on Gaza, we were able, with the local people on the ground, we have a network of people. With those people, we were able to document always the destruction. So we raised awareness about the destruction of cultural heritage in these countries. I mean, this helped really to create awareness. We did that as well, not just in conflict, also in disasters. So for example, 2 years ago, Syria got a big earthquake, and in Libya it was a big flooding. So we also were able to document the impact of the natural disaster on cultural heritage. I want to tell something that also climate change is a big risk. All the countries who are in conflict are very vulnerable to climate change. Later I will talk a little bit about that, but so I will not talk more in detail about destruction. You can see a lot of buildings that were destroyed during the war. This is the historic city of Aleppo. Aleppo also very important for the Armenian, because a lot of heritage also is in Aleppo. In Aleppo, the Armenian community, they have really like they were living in during 100 years in very nice way. They have Armenian schools, they have Armenian churches. But very interesting to learn that the Armenian churches in Syria, we have like Armenian Catholic Church. We have also Armenian Orthodox Church, but also those churches, they had a lot of them, they had Armenian manuscripts. For example, always we laugh about the Armenian in Aleppo because we can recognize them because they speak like a very special Arabic accent, in Armenia, the Armenian from Aleppo, they mix the masculine with the feminine, So how we know that he's not all of them, but as they were really very concerned in their so always they spoke Armenian at home. They have Armenian also schools. So even in Aleppo, always we had like Armenian restaurants. We had a lot of Armenian handicrafts. So jewelry, for example, for us, the best jewelry in Aleppo was the Armenian jewelry, But something which I want to tell you, not all the Armenians, they came to Syria after the genocide. There were Armenians who were living hundreds of years before the genocides, and they lost the Armenian language. So they were just Arabic is their main language. And then when the new Armenian came, the Armenian society became really very, very huge. So just to have you an idea, there were around 300,000, and just in Aleppo at that time before the war. So it's 10% of Armenia now it was in Syria. So also it will be really interesting for us and also for the Armenians, to document all these Armenian heritage. So they have churches, not just in Aleppo, in different places in Syria. They were the main community was in Aleppo, but in other places as well, in different cities there were some Armenians as well. Anyhow, I will just to give you an idea about the Armenian. So Aleppo really was very affected, and the Armenian main churches, we have several, but the main two churches, they were also affected by the conflict. They restored them. I didn't see how the restoration was, but because there are a lot of Armenian diaspora sent money in order to restore the churches. I don't know if the restoration was really in good way. So as I told you, we have all of these problems which are also affecting the heritage sites, because of the climate change. Also, Armenian heritage is affected by all of this problem, pollution, fires, raining vegetations. We know in a lot of places that all of those problems are happening. So you need to be aware of those problems, as a big threat to cultural heritage. Our efforts was in all of these years working in early stage, so document the destruction, empowering civil society. And then when I will talk about case studies, I will talk about how we really empower civil society and local people to work with heritage projects. How you can build trust with locals in order to make a good project. Building capacity, this is something very, very important. And we have several initiatives. Later I will talk about those initiatives. But what I want to say, in many countries which suffer conflict, a lot of prepared people, they go outside. So now we face a big problem in Syria, which is that the prepared people, and they left. And we have like a new generation who was educated in war with a very bad system. Just I want to tell you something. We are dealing with architects. Those architects, in order to make just a simple plan of a building, using AutoCAD or all of these basic programs, they are facing a lot of problems, so we suffer a lot in order to train them, from beginning, from scratch, sometimes, we have people who finish their degrees, but make a simple plan, they cannot make it because the educational system was very, very bad, and also we don't really forget, all of the drama and the difficulties living in a war, So then I will tell you how we work with those locals in order to empower them to be able to manage projects on restoration, rehabilitation, and just very fast, this is one of the projects. We designed an app. This app we keep to the locals in order to document destruction of buildings and destruction of museums, and also the risk of objects could be looted. So, for example, you can go to this website and you can learn about this app. very important, you know, when we do documentation, two important things, you know, to know about the location, so we need GIS, you know. So now, something very important also, you need to learn about the new technologies. So we have photogrammetry, we have 3D, we have as well QGIS. So QGIS is very important and very useful for, like, you know, the mapping, you know, of the things. I don't know if there is a QGIS map of the heritage in Armenia.
There's not a complete map of the GIS in Armenia, but there are several projects that are trying to include this data.
Yeah, this is
the Armenian official Statal Archive, Environmental Archive of Monuments doesn't have any GIS data.
This is really, it will be really very, very important. So, I will not talk so much about this, but we work also to document that destruction by looting. So there are a lot of looting, so we understand how the looting happened. We know there are a lot of looting of Armenian heritage. This is a really big problem. I am sure that soon a lot of Armenian objects, they will appear in the market. They come in from museums and artifacts. We try to work with bodies, so a lot of, like, you know, Interpol, Europol, Carabinieri, FBI. So all of those, they send us sometimes photos, and we study those objects and to identify where they come, and like that we can give back those objects to the country of origin. We did some collaboration with civil police, and we helped to give back, for example, in Yemen, we helped to give back several objects. So this is very important, you know, to have the documentation. If all of those objects are documented and they will disappear, I don't know, but in case if the Artisac Museum, if the museum they were with a digital database, if those objects will appear in the market, we can say this is the provenance and this is from this museum, because this is.
Say something. There are several experiences also linked, because this that we were saying of having the documentation is crucial. But I mean, in every case, also my mama was stolen her necklace, and then when we went to the police, they said we cannot do anything because you cannot demonstrate that this is yours. So if we find it, we don't know. So this documentation is really crucial. But another very key point is to have all the people being acquainted and knowledgeable of what is important or not. So there is the example of the policy of Lisbon. In Lisbon, all the buildings have tiles that are very nice and painted, but this is something that people doesn't think it is heritage because they always see, so they don't think they are important. So other people started to steal all this, so to take them away from the wall, and nobody was complaining. Nobody even noticed this. So the police, when they found that there was so much of that theft, created some educational programs, and after that, this decreased. And so, for instance, we have an example here that Seda Gregorian was bringing to the recent conference of the Khachkar cemetery of Noragut, where some rich person wanted to take a Khachkar for his house, and the population there stopped him from doing that. So if the population is not aware of their heritage, people can come and do things. And in Armenia, a lot of Khachkars are stolen because of that. Also, the municipality are by law responsible, but they do not know how many Khachkars do they have. So this also is a key part.
This is important, you know, this is important, and this is one of the tasks that we do. And you can see this is, for example, a very important site called Apamea, and it was destroyed by looting and illegal excavation. So this is something which always, I think it will be very useful. This is a project on the legal training. As I am telling you, it's important that we have the spaces of the legal training on heritage. So this is a project that we designed in order to empower, heritage workers about the legal issues. So, for example, in the future, it will be really very interesting to create this model for Armenia. Here we have 13 models of heritage law training. For example, even we talk about domestic law. So Armenian heritage law has a lot of problems. The people who are working in the heritage in Armenia, they need really to learn about those problems of the law. There is a lot of conventions as well, of restoration. We have the Venice chapter, we have the many chapters. All of those chapters are applicable to the domestic law. We need really to learn about that to understand what are our problems. So this is a model that we designed for Syria. We are also now trying to design it for other countries, and in order to engage as well people and heritage workers with the problem of the law. So I hope in the future we can do something on this regard for Armenia. Here I will talk later about those case studies. I just want. This is later. I will show you some of the many pictures about the restoration and rehabilitation. This is an initiative called in Raqqa. Raqqa is a city in Syria very important for the heritage. It was used by Islamic State as a capital. So it was totally affected, and heritage was affected. So since 6 years we work in Raqqa, and we did many projects to rehabilitate and to restore some of those buildings. Something very important we learned in conflict. We really cannot think about big project of restoration. We need really, and what we learned here, how it's very important to restore and rehabilitate the places which benefit directly the community. So we are not interested in big buildings. We are interested in buildings which benefit directly, immediately the community. For example, we in this city they have kind of reception halls. That the traditions of this city. They say, look, every part of the city has these reception halls because they are Bedouins, and we restore this reception house so the people they come here every day and the evening to sit together or to make when someone died they come all together, or when there is a marriage all of them come together. So we really are interested in this. So all our rehabilitation projects are not the projects of big projects, are projects which rehabilitate to benefit immediately those the communities. Later I will show some of those cases. So here you can see some of those rehabilitation by using traditional materials. And something for us was very important. During doing these projects, we also learned how to document the materials that we use, the traditional materials. So, because every region has materials, traditional materials for buildings, and all of these traditional materials are disappearing, So this, for example, a model of using multi-brick and to build, and we stuck to this methodology of rehabilitation. So later I will talk more about this. This is another initiative we work, which is Palmyra. Palmyra is a very important site for the, Gani in Armenia. It's like a symbol of the state, So it was destroyed, affected, because Islamic State as well used Palmyra for the propaganda. So in this, what we work with the displaced people. So we created this project in order to support the handicrafts. But now we started to work in the modern city of Palmyra. We are starting doing damage assessment. We did this report about what happened to the city, to the ancient city. But now our efforts in Palmyra, we are starting not to make damage assessment of the old city, no. We are concentrating in the new city, because all the international media, when the destruction of Palmyra happened, they were talking about the ruins and the ancient buildings. But Palmyra was a city with 100,000. And all of those people are displaced. So we are working now, and we started to make damage assessment of the new city, of the hospital, of the mosques, of the church, of the schools. Why? Because we want to send a message that if we really want to build Palmyra again, we need first to concentrate on the modern city. Because we cannot think about rehabilitation of the old site if the people who are owning this heritage are displaced and in their other places. You know what I mean? So what we are now really working to make the damage assessment of the modern city. So this is something which, because we want to give a message to the international community, those people first should come back to their homes. And this is the basic thing. We cannot think about heritage if the people who are owning heritage are suffering and are displaced and are refugees. It will be like very unethical to put millions to restore Palmyra as an old city, and the people of Palmyra are outside Palmyra as refugees. You know, so this is something which we are really thinking about. This is another building which we restored. It was in the photo before. You can see this symbol. Sorry. You can see here. This building was used by Islamic State as a jail. So they torture people, they kill people here, and now we restored it. We restored it in order to be like a community hub, a cultural community hub. So here, this is a Ottoman hammam. So it will be used to make celebrations and to make like nice community activities. Later I can show you some photos. Let's see this. I want. So as I said, we work. We have several projects now in order to make damage assessment. So really, it's very important for you to learn about damage assessment of buildings. So in case if a disaster happened or a war happened, how you can contribute to document the damage. This is something important that also we do in our work. Anyway, we work in many, now we have a project for governance reformers. So I think it will be important for Armenia to review the law and see what it's needed and how can complete with international law, with international standards as well.
Because we have somebody from can we continue after?
Yes. Later we can talk about case studies. Just I give you this introduction, and later I can talk about some of those restoration projects and how we work with people. You know,
because
so,
it will be very interesting after the two lectures, and then we will stay here and discuss with you and see also what the students think.
And also Elena was also studies as well.
Yes.
So I hope that you have now an overview about this kind of things.
So you can think about questions that you may have or the inspiration that you have from these lectures. After the other two lectures, we will have space for discussing together. Thank you very much. It was indeed very inspiring, and your examples are very useful for us to see the way forward. And we hope we will never witness such destruction as in the countries where you are working in. But anyway, being prepared is always a good thing. And if you are ready or discussion? Okay, no, so we can continue 2 minutes because they are preparing the connection. So, sorry for the
Okay, so
Le slide non funzionano, cioè le abbiamo messe in pausa. Dobbiamo lavorare qua.
Sì, we cannot use the slide because they are working for the connection.
okay, so this is a law training program. So you can see here a lot of models about the law. So I think in the future this will be really interesting to create like kind of tool for
So this is an online tool.
Yeah, online tool, e-learning. So it could be useful. We can help Sireh to create something similar.
Yeah, this is something that indeed we wanted to do because after our study on the laws, so we understood that there is a lack of knowledge about which are the laws in Armenia. So we have several institutions that have overlapping responsibilities, and the municipalities, according to the law, have a lot of responsibility on the cultural heritage, but they are not aware of that, and they are not aware of the heritage that is under their jurisdiction. So we think that this is very important.
So we can support you to create a similar tool like that.
Thank you very much. This would be very important.
So later we will continue with 3 case studies of 3 rehabilitation projects. 2 projects in Syria and 1 project in Yemen. And as I told you, we are really concentrated on projects which are beneficially immediately to the community. For example, we cannot restore like big monuments. We ask ourselves, is this monuments rehabilitation of it is could benefit directly the community immediately? If not, we are not interested. Because we know there are big buildings, they need like a lot of money, a lot and millions. So our restoration is a simple projects which benefits the community. This is the methodology that we work. I don't know if you have some questions, comments. Later we will talk about the case studies, but.
So this statement that you said, just said that you deem crucial and very important to benefit the community, is something you should also reflect about, because yesterday we've been in Havustar. Havustar doesn't have a community living inside or all around, but there is a community anyway that lives in Koft and Garni, and with Rosan Tsarunian we will discuss how to involve this community, how to understand which are their needs and their possibilities. And then we can also think about creating new communities, giving new meanings to the moment.
So, for example, how we can benefit the communities working in heritage projects, you know? We need really to think as architects, you know? So they have a lot of like traditional crafts, you know, working with stones. You know, those people, in case if we train them, how a lot of young people, they could be get training on, you know, dealing with the stone, you know, cut the stone, you know, build the stone. This is one of the way, you know. So it always, you know, we need to think about how the community can benefits. So, for example, training for those people around the sites could be really good things. There are a lot of, we need also to reconnect the site with the people. So, for example, we went the other day to Grani and we went to restaurants. We show in these restaurants there were people, women they making lavash the traditional way. So always the intangible heritage should be connected with the intangible heritage. So we need really to make study about the crafts, about, you know, what are those the people, what are famous on doing, you know. So we combine, you know, as well, because for the tourism, for us was unique experience to go to this restaurant and to eat this lavash, you know, and see those people. This is authentic, you know. So the authenticity of of these kind of things should be also connected to the site, you know, because the tourists, they are coming to see the site, but also they will enjoy a lot by, you know, the food and by the crafts of the place. So I think it will be interesting for you also when you want to go a place to study a little bit what are their, you know, traditions, what are their, you know, and in Palmyra, for example, we identified like 15 handicrafts. We gave them grants in order to create their workshop and to sell those products from the crafts. And I think every site and every place should or has as well some of those crafts. You know, so link intangible heritage with the site. It's really very, very important. So this is another, and also education. Every project you do in the future for the rehabilitation should engage the community. You should go to the schools, talk to the schools, making visits, design some maybe handbooks or some books or drawing about this is very and all the projects of education, really all the project of rehabilitation, making this component of education is very easy, and it doesn't cost it doesn't cost a little bit, just a little bit money. So all of this also really need to be considered when we do a rehabilitation or restoration project. Later I can show you some of those educational materials that we do for the kids in the sites. You know, when we make the rehabilitation, we do some of those tool for the kids to come and to give some lectures. You know, a lot of kids, I remember, you know, when we talk about that, they say we want to be architects or architects, or you know, so they start to think about that. You know, and especially when you live in a place which suffered from trauma and war, you need to create again the identity and the belonging of those people. You know, people which really, sometimes, you know, learning about heritage could be kind of like, you know, increase the self-esteem of those people, you know, especially who suffered and who had a lot of problems, you know, because of the conflict. But again, this is also works for everywhere. Yeah. Can yes. Yeah. Can you yes.
We want to sell the country's works in some point because of that is not organized and everyone doing it by himself. He can destroy the environment yes. And I think it's in our culture also a very important question to reorganize and not the environment.
This is, I mean, it could be solved. I mean, she's asking that there are a lot of handicrafts people, they are individuals and they don't work within an academic organization, you know. So I think this problem should be solved by two things. One, that the government give more attention to this and make facilitation of, I don't know, association of handicrafts in Armenia or something like that, you know. So really it needs this to be organized also through association or NGOs as well. Yes?
Hello. I have a historical example I wanted to ask you. In the case of Hassan Pati's city that he built, because in the 60s, so in Egypt, they relocated an entire village, and he proposed a city in this crafts and vernacular language. And then he wrote a book about, and I'll talk about that, he wrote a book about architecture for the poor, where he shows that it is actually the inhabitants for whom he designed were the ones who were sabotaging the project.
Who?
The villagers.
Yeah.
Were the ones who were sabotaging his project. They didn't want to live. They did want to live next to the archaeological sites because that's how they were making their money. I mean, they were, selling the antiquities. So, have you met a similar case where the looting or the kind of sort of it's lucrative to live as we have lived, and therefore the locals are the ones who are resisting your.
This is actually we have a lot of problems of the colonialism mentality dealing with heritage. Always the Europeans or the Westerns, they come to excavate, they do the research as they go. So they don't really invest within the local. And this is a big problem. And this also somehow increased the obstructions because of lack of awareness of the locals. So now we are building all of this in a new way, so it takes time. It's not really like very fast. The people, they started, for example, to be aware of the importance of these traditional buildings. So before they think that these traditional buildings are really old and not useful. So therefore, we do a lot of raising awareness, we do lectures, school visits, social media, in order to make community awareness about this kind of things.
So part of your work is also raising awareness.
Exactly. This is the crucial, and my advice as well to everyone is when they should work on these kind of things, they always lead with awareness.
I'm interested with your last slide, yes. The last slide speaks about the Sireh Heritage Law Training Project. Do you participate in it? Is it your initiative or within the project, within the organization?
Yeah, this
okay.
is our
I'm interested, who do you train?
What's it?
Who do you train?
We train several people, heritage workers, and also we train imams. Yes. The idea as well to include the religious figures or religious on the awareness, so because also here we have three areas of laws. Domestic law, heritage law, international heritage law, and Islamic law. My question, I have a question. Do you think that the Armenian Church could contribute to the raising awareness of social heritage? Or do you think that the Armenian Church is really contributing in an effective way to the heritage production or to the maintenance or to conserve the heritage in Armenia?
That's a difficult question.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Who wants to answer?
As a religious structure, it's a bit traditional, So, I'm not sure whether all the priests or church figures know about the law, about such a law, or I don't know whether we have such a law or not. So we also need this awareness and trainings as you do.
So you think that this could be helpful for the...
Yes, sure, it could be.
We will continue the discussion now. The people from Tony are starting.
And the recording, these other recording.
Okay.
Ok, Manuele e Tommaso, volete provare solo a parlare, vediamo se...
Yes, just a minute, one. I'm here. Yes, that's, I don't know if you can hear.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And what about volume? There is another meeting next morning. The volume is fine.
I'm sorry, we are just trying to... Okay. Can you... Okay. Try again, please.
Yes, volume of my voice, if it's fine. If you can hear me, probably listening.
Are you able to hear? Are you able to hear? You have to turn
Yes, on the side of the
Okay, try again, please. Yeah? Okay, now Julia.
Yes, exactly. See the microphone.
Ok, no, quello lì è spento. È che lui prende a lui il microfono e lui rimette dentro quell'audio invece da qua. Secondo me facciamo così. Spegni l'audio da lì e mettiamo l'audio qua al massimo. Si sente? Sì. Basta. Solo che ci Adesso non si sente. Adesso ok, allora dobbiamo solo sentire loro, così loro non ci sentono, però noi li sentiamo da qua.
Sì, poi quando serve per...
Esatto.
Ok, quando poi serve per agire, cambiamo. Parlate adesso, scusate.
Hi, good afternoon.
Ok.
Can you hear me, Mauricio? Yes? Great. Hello. I don't know if we can directly start or yes, I see that. Yes, yes. Okay, so we immediately start. Thank you so much, first of all, for this invitation. I'm Emanuele Moretti, associate professor in soil architecture, conservation and preservation in Polytechnic of Turin. I really would like to thank you all for this invitation. In particular, I would like to thank Professor Gabriele Casnati. I unfortunately have not met her personally yet, but I knew very well about her research efforts about heritage, about Romanian heritage in the year 2005. It's a many professors that you already met there. So I would like to thank her, the NGOs, and for the University for this invitation. We are actually very sorry to see that he is a former PhD student, he's a lecturer and a scholar at Polytechnic of Turin, Department of Architecture and Design in the same department. And amazing heritage you are working on, and actually quite sad in that we didn't have the opportunity to work it out, and so we were not able to be part of the activity. So instead of the physical participation, we decided together to have this lecture to share with you our thoughts, our research about roots and vegetation. I'm a professor in architecture conservation, and I started working with Tomato many years ago. I'm older than Tomato, so I started before, but he's quite young. But we started working on archaeological ruins. Archaeological ruins, not in archaeology, but in Turkey also. And I had the opportunity to experience the bond and the link between my interest, my personal interest in heritage and archaeological environments in 2007. From that moment, I was actually just a student, a master's student as you, but from that moment on, something started and started feeling quite intriguing. I felt this kind of thought with the archaeological heritage. So I started focusing more and more on my research, my studies on this topic, as here I am a couple of years later, still quite connected with the topic. You have now the opportunity to be able to get the same bond or the same link. I don't know, of course, everyone is different between us, but for sure I think that archaeological heritage has ruins all over, and a particular and very specific skill. This is about the opportunity this ruins gave us to be in a way connected with the past. So we decided, me and Tomas decided to share this speech. It's not, I don't know, my part is more like a speech. The part of Tomas is more like a serious lecture or technical one, but that is idea about how are we able not just to perceive, but also to get in contact with this link. The first part of this speech is more about this connection between human beings, roots, and the past through memory and through ruins. And the second part is more about an ongoing research we are working on in Tomato about Cerveteri, an amazing place next to Rome, close to Rome, where wandering with the whole. I mean, we are exploring and trying our best to preserve and to maintain that amazing place. The list of the minimum intervention, the list of we can. So I would like to start with this very well painting of Nicolas Poussin. Is dated in 1640. It's the second version of a previous very different painting. By the way, he painted the first one in a way that he painted this one very well known. He is in Paris, it was at Louvre, you already see the Royal Renaissance, it's the painting before. But at the time, I take advantage of this image because it has it all. It gives me all the opportunity to explain what I'm really interested on. The title of this painting is popularly known as In Arcadia Ego, and in Arcadia, Arcadia is a region of the ancient Greek, me too. It's a strange title because it has no verb. So here comes the mystery, the unconscious part of the painting. Why no verb? What does it mean? And in Arcadia, why? Actually, it's not even the title of the painting. The real title is Valencia, the shepherds of Arcady. The shepherds. So you see, it's very easy to get the content aesthetically speaking. We have three shepherds. Looking quite interesting to these sarcophagus, trying to their fingers, trying to mimic the inscription they found there with a fourth character, female one, very different. She looks very wise. She knows about the sarcophagus and so on. Well, this baby has many different interpretations, and our goal is not to focus on the real, to find out the real interpretation of this. But as far as I know, and as far as I'm interested too, I found this painting amazing because it's actually connected with the idea of what we are actually working on. Tangible authenticity. Let's think to these three shepherds. What shepherds? Well, the shepherd is someone who lives more with animals instead of living more with human beings. So it has a very strict connection with nature, with animals, this bucolical approach to his life. So it's quite the opposite of the scholars that are close to science, to development, and so. But even we don't know if they three shepherds may read and write, but we don't care because they can't. They felt that they can get look into the room, into this sarcophagus. They get interested in the sarcophagus. They being touched by what they found there, completely surrounded by nature, by vegetation, and they would like to know more. And so here it comes the idea of the title, the older title, not the official one, and in Arcadia Eco, and in Arcadia we do. Means that even if they really don't know anything about the scientific interpretation of the room, they know that these traces, these remains, are connection with the past. It means that even if I was not able to live in Arcadia 2,000 years ago, but I have this connection through roots, through traces of archaeological means that which connects us immediately, not just with an emotional bond with the past. So, moreover, they start to analyzing the sarcophagus, touching it, trying to know more. So, archaeological rulings, in a very fine sense, give us the opportunity to feel better this connection with the past. In a physical way, maybe these shepherds are wondering who is buried there, who built this, where. Moreover, once that we get in touch, we start wondering about archaeological heritage. and gave money in that time, because it was not allowed, to pay money to guides that can guide him inside the old Roman ruins in order to include himself in these surroundings. He has not just to pay, but he has to go down and start following the guide between among the thorns. This was painful, of course, and difficult in that time because it was not allowed, but this gave us again the idea that this connection to see that it is authenticity in archaeological means to be able to find something not just outside us, but also something inside us. And so, intervention or non-intervention, because we are ruins, and we are working in an amazing place, a monastery I read so much about, so who then know what we are supposed to do. But again, we have many examples of non-intervention, even if it's the hardest path or the hardest journey. Sometimes it's possible not to fulfill the sentence. It's not important to build it again as it was before, but to present the authenticity of the method. This is another painting, kind of the last one for Johnny, then we move to architecture with the painting of Turner. And before his transformation, Turner has two main periods of life. One very with a lot of discipline about painting, like this one, the good guy that started in his amazing revolution. He started exploring new graphical alternatives for his art. But when in his first period, well, draw this Turner habit. The Turner habit it was actually represented in connection with the visitors. The Turner habit is already there, is still there, with no completion, no integration. They decided in the UK to preserve the ruins. But this is just an example. Why did they not complete it? Well, because the idea here is to preserve a kind of authenticity without adding new words or rewrite again back old words. And we have many older examples, like this one in Italy, San di Sacagano, super well known for Italian students because they are forced to study this because in the 20s of the last century, the 20th century, a guy in decided to preserve everything, and everyone starts saying, come on, are you crazy or what? What it is, we know from the of the 13th century, how we are supposed to preserve this useless ruin. Well, he was quite sure, taking advantage of the previous example I showed you in the UK, in Galles, in Wales, in Galles, in other countries in the UK. He decided to pursue this Raskian method, or this Raskian methodology, without adding anything, just to preserve the ruins. And same also with industrial heritage. This is not 13th century anymore. This is late part of the 19th century, beginning part, the starting part of the 20th. It's the furnace in Sicily, amazing places you see, by the way. And here too, they decided to build up the chimney again, just to work the elevation and to preserve it as in a ruin. And then bring also contemporary case study like this Spanish example of Don Gironès. Sireh, Don Gironès is quite well-known architect who decided here not to work in an elevation, but to keep these horizontal lines and just to quote in the Venturi, his ghost house be able to understand the difference about the contemporary language and the very old one. And one also conclusions, then the floor to Tommaso, bitter conclusions. Why bitter? Well, because actually, as I told you, the journey is quite difficult sometimes. We have the non-intervention, keep it, the premises, architectural, archaeological premises of traces as they are, without any anything, and it's first option, very Ruscanian approach to the topic. At the very same time, we know that actually every time that we decided to work on an historical environment, we should, in a way, perceive a contemporary language. Why? Is it always fine to have different language one next to the other? Well, of course, it's dependent to the ability, to the skill of the architect to be able to have a real level between these two languages. Sometimes it may work, and when it works, it's quite amazing. By the way, guys, you know that we all, as human beings, and we as architects, we really need and deserve to have our own contemporary language as a cultural expression through architecture. Imitating the language of the 18th century, 14th century, I don't know, okay, language from the past, it may be an interesting exercise in a stylistic sense, but at the very same time, it's a missing opportunity to express ourselves as architects and as human beings. All this theoretical approach was actually the base of this research. Just show you because it's quite interesting link to the second part of the lecture. This is a book me and Tommaso and Renato Borgioli we just recently published. It's more technical, but it's about our research dealing with vegetation and archaeological heritage. You just see here the cover of these. It seems like everything looks like being abandoned. Well, for us, it's absolutely true. This is also part of what is very amazing of this type of chair bakery. Tommaso will explain better what we are talking about. But this connection between vegetation and ruins was not up to us. It was, of course, built in time, and it was actually our duty to go on with this dialogue between vegetation and ruins. In a couple of minutes, I think you know more how we try to work on this juxtaposition, this dialogue between these two entities, vegetation and ruins. I'm going to go to Tommaso, and maybe later on I'll be ready for questions and so on. Thank you so much. I really wish that you can listen to my voice, but it's too late to ask. So I think if you don't stop anything, stop me, I think it was fine. Thank you so much. Just for a moment.
Sorry, I'll try again.
So thank you very much for raising all this. Do you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, but it's one way, so.
Okay.
You don't hear them, but you do hear.
Okay, it's very difficult to start a conversation in this condition. I'm sorry that the technical conditions were not. We are the most modern class of the university here, but something is not working. So thank you very much for your presentation. So we invite you to come here in Armenia for next time. It will be much better to be all together here. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon. Now I think you see my screen, right? Yeah.
No.
I don't know why. Okay.
It's better, if you want to, you can share directly the screen, not the window, and maybe yes, that's going to be. So that's the idea. Okay, now can you see the full screen, right? Perfecto. Okay, good afternoon everyone, and thanks also by me to having us. It's quite an honor to be here, right there, virtually with you, and honestly, I'm quite, as Professor Moretti said, I'm quite jealous of our colleagues, Italian colleagues that are there because they are sharing a lot of pictures with us, and the place seems to be very astonishing. It's something very amazing. The relationship between monastery and landscape is something, I don't know how to say that, I think precious and rare. So I hope next time. So thanks also to Professor Moretti for the first part of the lecture. In this second part, I will talk to you about this research project of archaeological conservation that together with Professor Manuel Moretti we have been conducting since 2018-2019. The case study of this research is the archaeological area of the Banditaccia necropolis in Cervete, near Rome. And it's a project that involves three institutions. Two local state bodies, the Archaeological Park of Cervete that we established in 2021, and the Superintendence of Archaeological, Fine Arts and Landscape, is Superintendenza in Italian. And then, of course, our architecture and design department of the Politecnico di Torino. The main objective of this project is a conservation of the archaeological landscape of this place. That means preserve not only the monuments, not only the material consistency of the structures, but the monuments in their relation with other elements that make up this landscape, like the natural context, so the nature, and in particular with the vegetation, the spontaneous vegetation, but also the social context. That means the relation between people and archaeology. In order to do this, we have developed two researches, two main focuses, which are somewhat independent, but at the same time interrelated, because they move from the same precondition and analysis. The first one, on which I will focus more in this lecture for time issues, is preserving ruins and vegetation. So it's a research that aims to identify conservation strategies that can facilitate the coexistence between ruins and vegetation, limiting risks to monuments but preserving as much vegetation as possible. The second one is about what we can call engaging conservation. So, a part of the research aimed at finding a role for citizens within institutional conservation processes by identifying actions, activities that are scientifically oriented, but in the reach of non-specialized communities as the citizens are. So, before getting to the crux, the core of our topic, I would like to give you an overview of the case study and explain why this place is so important to us as researchers in the field of heritage conservation. The necropolis of Banditaccia is a vast archaeological area located in the municipality of Cervete, at more or less 40 kilometers from Rome, and is about 200 hectares in size, originally covered with thousands of Etruscan era tubes dating from between 8th century before Christ and 2nd century before Christ. And since 2004, the necropolis under this shape is part of the UNESCO World Heritage List, together with the necropolis of Tarquinia, that is another necropolis located at 50 kilometers from Cervete, and as I told you, since 2021 is part of the
archaeological importance of this place is very well summarized by the reasons given by UNESCO for the site's entry on the list. UNESCO recognized to the necropolis as mentioned 3 of the criteria used by the organization to evaluate candidate sites for the list. The first criterion is the number 1, to represent a masterpiece of human creative genius. Cerveteri exceptionally testifies in a funeral context the same town planning and architectural skills used in an ancient city. The second part is the criterion 3, to be a unique or at least exceptional testimony to a cultural tradition or a civilization which is living or which has disappeared. The depiction of daily life in the fresco tombs, many of which are replicas, as you can see from the picture, of Etruscan houses, is a unique testimony to this vanished culture. And then the criterion number 4, the third criterion assigned by UNESCO, to be an outstanding example of a type building, architectural or technological ensemble or landscape which illustrates significant stages in human history. Many tombs that we have Cerveteri represent types of building that no longer exist in any other form. This third criterion is perhaps the most important. The tombs that are preserved in Cerveteri are in fact unique in architectural terms in the entire Mediterranean basin. The most interesting aspect for us, which is closely linked to the theme of our research, is that all the monuments are kind of hybrid between nature and architecture. This is very obvious if you look at this picture. These are mound tombs, which are tombs consisting of a stone base carved in the town, not constructed, surmounted by earthen camp. These tombs were built between 7th and 6th century before Christ and can house up to 5 burial chambers inside them, as you can see from this an image section and this picture. Then when the necropolis during the 6th, 5th century before Christ became filled with these burial mounds and space became limited, the Etruscans designed an infallible cubic in shape, like this one that you are seeing in the picture, that could be placed side by side with others, making more rational use of space. Again, as you can see, in memory of the mound caps, these tombs were covered with earth. Then, in the last phase of the Etruscan civilization, when space in the necropolis became even less than before and the period of decline began, tombs were dug deeper along walls carved into the town, like you see in these images. And now these are some of the Etruscan chambers that imitate the houses of living people. Now, despite the objective historical importance of this place, despite this is one of the largest ancient necropolis in the world, this place is a sort of anomaly in the landscape of the most important part, what's called the necropoli del laghetto, or also this part, are, on the other hand, in a very different situation, because except for a few cases, they have never been involved in any intervention, have never been preserved, have never been enhanced or anything else, except for small maintenance activities carried out by the local community. There are many reasons for this, but they can be summed up in a chronic shortage of funds, of money, and personnel available to our conservation bodies. And this is an old, very old problem in Italy because of the enormous amount of heritage that we have. And something started changing in 2021 with the institution of the new archaeological park, about which I will talk in a few minutes. And there are also some abandoned, quite abandoned funerary chapels that meet during a walk through this necropolis. So, in this state of, we can say, neglect, lie, as Professor Morenzi said before, lie the main reason why this place is so interesting to us. And the reason is that abandonment has preserved this place from the risk of those excessive transformations caused often by processes of musealization, enhancement, purification. Here, the landscape has remained more or less intact as an, we can say, pre-archaeological condition, pre-archaeological era. For this reason, this condition of marginality has from the beginning of our research represented a real opportunity to think about the future of this place in a less conventional, but also more culturally sustainable terms. What this condition of institutional neglect has produced in recent decades, and in which we have glimpsed these opportunities, are mainly two phenomena. The first one is the archaeological landscape. What do we mean with this term? I read you a definition by Professor Emanuele Romero from Polytechnic Torino. An archaeological landscape is a portion of territory in which archaeological and natural elements are closely connected, inseparable, such as rock necropolises, burial mounds, infrastructural elements, hot spring, paintings, and rock reliefs. These monuments absolutely can be separated from the natural context that hosts them, with which they merge to such an extent that they present the same characteristic of vulnerability. So, today we can travel, we can strolling around through a landscape that is not visualized, but in which ruins, vegetation, fields, and pastures, people and animals create something more than just an archaeological area. Because what is important in this place, this is just our point of view, is not just the archaeological remains, but the relationship between the parts. So the sense of historical stratification and continuity of use across millennia. So as you can see in the picture on the left, there are animals that grazing around dunes, for example, or in the pictures at your right, there are fields near, next to the dunes that are cultivated with vines, or like here with olive trees. And in particular, this relation with the vegetation appears so deep that the monuments, like in these photos, the monuments seem to change with the seasons, changing their aspect as the vegetation changes. So the landscape, on the other hand, has also been preserved almost unchanged from these pre-archaeological era. That means from the 19th century. As you can see, comparing these three photos. The first one is a mid-19th century drawing. The second one, in the same perspective, is a photo taken a century later, in the middle of the 20th century, and the third one, again in the same position, is a photo that I took recently. So, very state of abandonment is related to the fact that the outside areas of the necropolis has always.
Professor, thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you so much for the lecture.
Thank you so much to you, and this was very interesting to see some example of a site where the landscape is so important and interconnected, and this is an example that
Yeah.
Adesso posso.
Ok? Ok, ci siamo. Puoi parlare.
Adesso ti sentono.
Okay, well, simply thank you very much. It was really inspiring, very useful for us as an example, and we will share the details with the students. We have here, thank you very much also for the book that we can share, and so the Arch Scientific Council of the Armenian Society of Fellows. We should have a presentation.
Yes.
Professor Grigore is also Armenian, so is Armenian. So she can give you some insight both in English and in Armenian, and you can ask questions in Armenian if you feel more comfortable with that. I'm afraid I have to leave in a few minutes because of another commitment. After Professor Grigore, we'll stay with you another half an hour to discuss some topics and to have your inputs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gaine. So I'm an architectural historian. So my approach to preservation is a historical one, and as Gaine said, Որն որոշ հարցեր կարող եմ հայերենով պատասխանել, բայց դասախոսությունս տալու եմ անգլերենով, որտեղ դա է academic lesson. I'm going to do it fast because I know you have been here a long time, it's a 19th century art historical approach to some of the debates about preservation and conservation, and what were some of the questions that people have asked throughout history, throughout art history, and so how are they relevant to us? And so here, John Ruskin and Allard Griegel become very important in really questioning how we categorize things and what we preserve, why we preserve. What is the difference between preservation and conservation and restoration? And then very quickly, I'll talk about its relevance to Armenia and Armenian art history through Joseph Strugovsky, and then eventually very quickly I'll go over some of the monuments that I took pictures during the last 25 years. Yeah, I came here to Armenia in 1990 when I was 17 years old, probably before you were born. So I'm not an expert in Armenian architecture, but I want to make a connection between some of the patterns of destruction and these questions about preservation. So part one is an art historical Western context, and everything basically starts with the Industrial Revolution, because the age that we are living in and the decisions we are making about preservation go back to some of these questions about the new, this obsession with the new. You know, we love the new handbag, we love the new car smell. And so that obsession comes from also, reflects on why we preserve. And Gaine knows very well, and all the Italians know very well, we are obsessed with preserving Venice precisely because we have been obsessed about not building on it. So Venice is sinking because we stopped building on it and we wanted to preserve it. So this is sort of this relationship. The Industrial Revolution really revolutionized the way we produce things, the materials we produce things with. Concrete, iron, metal, these were all urbanization and scientific rationalization. These are the decisions that impact us. But also it impacts us socially. It revolutionized the social structure. So all of a sudden, historically, we had the aristocracy, the church, the state, and then the Industrial Revolution gives rise to the bourgeoisie, a whole new class that actually they're obsessed with the new, this idea of the new, because they want to mimic the aristocracy, but they don't have that much money. They don't have the class pedigree. You know, they can't say my great-grandfather was the king of England. So they start to commission copies of classical genre. This is what we call the kitsch. It's when today's oligarch want to look very aristocratic. So the new becomes an obsession, and by reaction, then preservation and old things become of value. And the Romantic movement falls precisely in the first half of the 19th century, where there are these artistic intellectual movements that are in reaction to everything that the Industrial Revolution, the rapid changes of the Industrial Revolution. And so in terms of how it impacted architecture was that we had intellectuals like Victor Hugo who are writing novels, and so Notre Dame de Paris is his very famous novel that comes out in 1831 and claims that architecture, particularly Notre Dame, the cathedral, is the preserver of our collective memory. It is, so in the book he writes, the book will destroy the edifice. So he says this will destroy that, and by that he means the book will destroy them. And so this is the anxiety about print culture. Now that, because print culture becomes a thing, people were printing things, they were no longer writing manuscripts, and he believed that with the print, architecture would lose its main function, which is that of memory, that of maintaining collective memory. And he claimed that architecture has no longer a function, and we're going to stop building large monuments and things like the Notre Dame. And the Notre Dame story, just is just a footnote, is interesting because history is being told, the history of the revolution, the French Revolution, is being told by a marginal figure. It's the disfigured person on top of the building is looking down and telling us, so the narrator is being changed. And then in 1852 to 1870, we have the redesign and urban reforms in Paris, major reforms, where Napoleon III with Haussmann, they literally take an axe to Paris and create all these large boulevards in Paris. And so today when you go to Paris, it's nice, you immediately can understand the large boulevards that axially connect to each other, there's logic there, and in contrast, London is not like that because of Haussmann. So, and part of it was political. They wanted to make sure that next time there is a revolution, that the army could enter the heart of the city and prevent another revolution. But this becomes, it increases this anxiety about preservation, because Hugo and many other intellectuals sitting in the center of the world at the time, they're seeing Paris being destroyed and being sort of make way for, so preservation becomes a major issue, and Notre Dame becomes the center of these conversations about preservation. So until this moment, Notre Dame had grown organically. People, this is a great wall, or it's not being wall. They would build their own little shacks against it. But Vieux-le-Duc, who was responsible for the preservation of Notre Dame, completely reinvented what it meant and what golden age we go to. So here we're seeing how the politics, identity politics, impacts decisions about preservation. And if you remember, I think a year or 2 years ago when Notre Dame caught fire, everyone was so thinking about, oh, the spiral is burning. Actually, that was completely Vieux-le-Duc's invention. He had reinvented this idea, that he had brought it back in the 19th century. John Ruskin is one of these romantics who lived throughout the 19th century. And for our purposes for architecture, his two books, The Seven Lamps of Architecture and The Stones of Venice, were very important in terms of our approach to preservation. And of course, there are nationalized methods of preservation. There's the Italian version, there's the French version. So there are different approaches. But John Ruskin, with his two books, especially the Stones of The Seven Lamps of Architecture, where one of them is memory. So memory becomes important. What is, now we're destroying architecture, what is it that's going to preserve our collective memory? He claimed he was the first one to mention memory in architecture. Memory becomes important in architecture. And he claimed that objects maintain memory beyond people. People die, but architecture and objects, they're the ones who maintain our collective memories. So architecture becomes a memory carrier. And without architecture, we can live but not remember. He claimed that we could live but not remember. So revivalism becomes important, and after Ruskin, no one could belittle revivalism that was happening all over, not only in Europe, but also in the colonial world. Bombay, for example, today's Mumbai, is one of the richest revivalistic cities in terms of architecture. I'm not going to go through all of this, but his approach to preservation and architecture was very religious, and he believed that we have to approach architecture as if God has approached his creation. So he was very adamantly against restoration, because he felt that restoration, just like we don't mediate into God's creation of man, we as humans should not intervene in the life of a building. And so he was for preservation but against restoration. And this is where this distinction comes. I don't know if the discussions have happened earlier this morning. Not so in depth, but yes. Yes, it's a Gila, and when I was a student, I was very lucky to go to Syria, to the Byzantine Dead Cities in Sireh, and this is actually my own photograph from the 98, we went there in 98. It is impossible to restore a great and a beautiful architecture. It is as if you're raising the dead. Men can live and worship, but cannot remember without architecture. And so architecture is a carrier of memory and conqueror of forgetfulness. So for him, restoration was alive, and that wasn't the way to do it. A little bit closer to the end of the 19th century, we have probably the most influential art historian, Alois Riegel, part of the Viennese school of thought. He introduced Kunstwollen, the will of the individual is powerless against the telos of art, and it's not the artist, but art that wills. So the will of art. Artistry, Gunk, he introduced. And Zeitgeist, the one organic consciousness inherent in cohesive collectivist society. So it's sort of the spirit of the time. We all dress pretty much the same. And if you look at your grandparents' photographs, they looked pretty much the same. So it's this idea that every time has its spirit, and we all sort of go along with it. And so these two ideas influence the way we think about style and preservation and restoration and all of these architectural policies. And then in 1903, he wrote an article that was very important to conservation, sort of thinking about what are the things that are priority and how objects can be valorized. اینج آرژک آهنگ کام فوربه شنکین کام بیلوکی. So the monument, the modern cult of monuments, its character and its origin, which was an article that he wrote because at the time the government was, the Habsburg government wanted to destroy Gothic architecture. Right? That just sounds really scary to us because we are already in this. We are, you know, it's as if like tomorrow, you know, the government announces that we don't need the art, you know, we're just going to destroy it. I just saw your eyes. So he wrote a whole article to argue against that. And he believed that there are no high and lows. This is the concept of aristocracy. What the king does is high art. What the little peasant does is just folk. It's vernacular. So he came up with the idea that there's no high in art. There's just time that passes, and art are created. And some of them are good, some of them are not that good. And so how we valorize them, he came up with this whole list of use value, age value, intentional monument, unintentional monuments, and according to these values, then art historians and architects and preservers, they go in and decide the value of an object and decide how to preserve it. So collective memory, or how memory works, then comes into how we think about this valorization of object. Maurice Halbach was a French sociologist who wrote on collective memory right after World War I, which was very important because destructive, and it was sort of another moment in the built environment history, Paris, Haussmann's Paris being one of them, that people were having anxieties about how we're going to preserve our collective memory. And he came up with this idea that all memory are collective memories. There's no such thing as individual memory. Okay. We can go into semiotics, that there's no thought outside language. Every thought is within language. There are no individual memory, or only collective ones. Objects shape our collective memory. If we grew up around Gerhardt, we have a different collective sense, aesthetics. If we grew up in Florence, we have a little bit more rosy sense of style. And so there's a distinction between history and this idea of collective memory. Every collective memory requires the support of a group, and space shapes our collective memory and protects it. Sorry, take care. Bye. So World War I was the most destructive. It was a called one. It was called the Great. It was the most destructive moment in human history where people were shocked of the extent of the destruction. I mean, men were coming back, half of their face missing. It was the first time when humans realized that what machines can do and what chemical weapons can do. So it was it caused 9 million deaths. And so the question rose, once the dust set, so to speak, the question rose how to remember in face of trauma. And so this idea of commemorating, of building architecture that would make sure that things are remembered, and we'll come back to Zizanakabe, that the moment you have a monument, then you're all set. You know, we're not going to forget because there's a monument. And so Edwin Lutien, one of the examples I'm showing you at Tiangal Memorial, he was one of the earliest who was given this task of commemorating not just individuals, but men who, and this too will resonate with all of us today right now, men who have disappeared, men whose body does not exist, men who cannot be retrieved. And so Tiangal was one of the earliest of this rethinking about how we remember, what kind of architecture we build to remember, and it forced us to nationalize commemoration through architecture, because every nation was building their own commemoration. And the missing body was an important moment, what to do with the missing body of all these men who had died. And so he created a typology, the arch, white stones, this idea of purity, and this idea of going up. You're going towards a place where all of these men are being commemorated collectively. So the arch, and for the first time, trying to compensate for the fact that you don't have a body. You know, in particular in Christian rituals, the body is important. You have to, you know, because it has to go to heaven. So you need a thing. So he listed all the soldiers in their alphabetical order. And this will come back here. And this was the typology of this idea of monuments. And there was a craze for monuments after World War I in Europe because they wanted to commemorate everything. I mean, if you go to any European small town, any village, there is a World War I monument, there's a World War II monument, and in our own villages we have these sort of the patriotic war monuments. But the modernists, when they came to sort of power in architecture, people like Walter Gropius, German, they were very much against monuments because for them, architecture, modern architecture, was supposed to start from scratch. We put history, you know, they messed it up. We're going to put them aside. We're going to start everything anew. We're going to create a utopia out of everything new. So they went back to the idea of the new, and they were against, because they didn't believe in collective memory or memory, they were against monuments. With a couple of exceptions, even the modernists could not resist building monuments. So he actually, in the 50s, when he designed the Baghdad University, he proposed a monument. And then Le Corbusier, very famously, again, a modernist, hardcore modernist, and at the end of his life is designing Chandigarh in the 60s, and he could not resist to, this is Chandigarh at the very north of his city. He has the courthouse, the parliament, the secretariat, very, very functional. You know, they believe in form follows function. At the top, he designed the open hand monument. So again, he couldn't resist. And the open hand became the symbol of the city. This idea of being open to the world, new democracy, the message of Nehru and Gandhi. And this is actually his own hand, famous Le Corbusier's own hand, over the model of his proposed Paris, which he was proposing to destroy, and the French said, please get out. So the open hand to receive the wealth of the world has created to distribute to the people of the world. It ought to be the symbol of our age. And it's a monument that is supposed to turn. That thing turns, and here in the bottom, you're supposed to have, he gave it a little bit of a function, and you were supposed to have open discussions, which never happened. And then, not then, but after World War I, we dealt with collective memory and architecture and preservation. We had World War II. Most of the giants by the 70s were dead. Frank died, Schindler, Gropius, Louis Kahn, Mies van der Rohe, and Le Corbusier. And so then we have the modernism itself was rejected. That we cannot ignore history, we do have collective memory, and we cannot start from a tabula rasa. We have to deal with history, and we have to therefore deal with collective memory. And so you have different approaches to this undermining of modernism. She approached Jacob's approach from a feminist point of view, Robert Venturi from the American folklore vernacular, Italian Alla Rosso from a typological approach, and Hassan Fatih that I mentioned earlier from this idea of the poor. I'm going to show you one case against Thiep Van, which is the Vietnam Memorial in the United States. So there was a prolonged war, 20 years. America was deeply was fighting it. 60,000 American soldiers died against 3 million Vietnamese died. So this unproportionate, you had GIs who were coming back and they were against the war. And so by the 80s, there was no commemoration because it was controversial. And so there was this idea of the rejection of tradition and this crisis about how to remember. Okay, we cannot do Thiep Van again. So this rethinking about how to remember and how to preserve memory. And so Maya Lin, who was an undergraduate student, she was an undergraduate student at Yale when her project won the commission, the bid. So this is her, very young, this is the model, very simple model. She won out of over 1,400 submissions. This was her panel, very simple, very minimalist panel. This V shape, she was proposing a V shape, a monument that pointed to two grand monuments, traditional monuments, the Lincoln Memorial and Washington Monument, and it was inscribed with almost 58,000 names of soldiers. Started in '82, ended at the end of the year, and was opened. One was pointing to this very traditional monument, erect, white, grand, and the other one was facing another very revivalistic architectural typology of commemoration, the Lincoln Memorial, in which, of course, Lincoln sits on the grand chair. So it was a counter memorial. It wanted to, first of all, not glorify war, but actually speak about the pain of the war. We're having. The pain of the war, and the way that the pain of the war, think about nationalism. What is nationalism? It's about territory. We know that very well. It's about the scar in the land of the nation. It's carved into the body of the nation. Okay, so think about the soldier's body, the missing body, the scar. It was also resonating with contemporary movements, artistic movement, the earth art, land art movement. But it's also this idea of the scar. And this is Le Corbusier's big scar. He didn't get it because he was some big hero. He got it because of some boating accident. But it's idea of the scar in the body of the nation. And what Maya Lin did was revolutionary, was that she included in every name of the soldier in this very such a Pailun Sevkar image. And these are descriptions as if another kind of scar in the body of the soldier itself. But in difference to Tiepal, where these were ordered alphabetically, she decided to order them based on the time of their death. So matching experience of the war. So you're with your buddy, you are fighting, and you die at the same time. So you are inscribed in the monument together at the same time. Not some alphabetical order, which is a complete random and doesn't reflect the idea of memory and experience. And the way that it does, you as a visitor, you enter one side of the monument and you start to go down, and the inscriptions are this thick, and then they start to get bigger and bigger, and so you not only are experiencing the moments of the war as the soldiers are dying, but also you are going down and down, and the middle part is the deepest part. So you are going down into the earth with the soldiers as they're dying. So it's a very, and it's not celebratory, it's not white, it's not, it's on the contrary, it's commemorative. And it's also interactive. You are supposed to touch it, you're supposed to interact with it, you're supposed to put things, you are supposed to find your great-grandfather and engage with it. So it's sort of a counter museum, the way that you go to a museum and you're like, you barely can breathe. And it also encourages, the monument encourages you to collect too. So it's interactive in the sense that it collects all these things. There is a big archive. Everything that is left at the monument goes into the archive of the monument. So it continues to live as a monument. It doesn't die. It's not frozen in a particular time. So part two. This one I'm going to go faster, even faster. So it's the art historiography. So what happens to these ideas in terms of Armenian art history, 20th century, so it's happening during the same period, and within the Armenian context. Of course, Regal appears very prominently in 1901 in Armenian art historiography, and that's because, and his idea close to the spirit of the time. So that it's the spirit of the time that enabled Joseph Strygovsky to generate a global history of art that put Armenians and Armenian architecture at the center of it. So the important thing about Strygovsky is that he was the first non-Western specialist occupant of an art history chair. So until Strygovsky in Vienna, there was no one who was interested in the art of non-Europeans because they were barbarian, they didn't have art, they were outside time, Hegelian time. But he was elected as he was appointed as the first chair of non-Western art, And in 1901, he wrote a very controversial book, The Oriental Rome. And in it, he argued, he took sort of these 19th century ideas about race and race theory, how we classify, because 19th century, they loved to classify things. Classify people, classify objects. That's where we started to have museums. That's where we had archaeology and ethnography and art history. These were the fields that were invented in the 19th century. And so Comte de Gobineau and Ernest Renan were famous for creating this idea that there was an Indo-European race. Armenians were part of it, Iranians were part of it, Indians were part of it, and the Germanic tribes were all good, connected friends. And so Strygovsky takes this idea, if there's a language, there's a race, and flips it on its head. He argues if there's an architecture, there's a race, precisely because architecture carries memory. And so he came up with these ideas about how originally Indo-Europeans were here, and they migrated to the Germanic tribes up in northern. And Armenia is important, it was its centrality. He actually traveled, he was not an armchair, actually he accused Riegel of being an armchair historian, art historian. He said, you're such a great historian, go travel and see the world. So he went, and he famously came to Armenia. He went to Ani with Toromanyan. He ended up stealing Toromanyan's drawings, publishing them, and then when Toromanyan said, at least, he's like, I've never worked with you, and you don't get the credit. So there's the racism going on there, but that's usual. And so Strygovsky's idea was that the square base with the dome, which is the Zoroastrian fire temple, and Armenians were Zoroastrians too, that's the typology of the Indo-European people. And that migrated from India, Iran, through Armenia, I mean, disregard this part, this is a 17th century addition. You have to see Pripsine as the typology of the square with the dome on it. And then it went up, these are the types that you guys already know. This perfection, the dome, the squinch becomes a whole argument. Men were fighting with each other about the squinch and the pendentive. And these are the Iranian, Sasanian Iranian cases, the palaces with the same kind of square base with the dome, and they have a different configuration. And so there's this teleological evolution from the fire temple to our own medieval churches to eventually up to the Germanic tribe. And thus therefore we are a race. And so he declared in his Oriental Rome, it is the duty of the North to trace its culture back to Armenia, Persia, and India. And of course, European art historians like Riegel hated this idea. And actually, Strygovsky's original question was, Christianity could not have just come to the West. It went to the East too. And if it did go to the East, what happened? And so then we have the biggest art historical fight, which is the Oriental Rome debate of 1901. Riegel and Strygovsky, they're at each other's throats, they hate each other, and eventually, the story is long, Riegel had his own Kustombolan followers. Rivora, who was an Italian, wrote a bunch of books, and all these about the origin of architecture, trying to prove that no, the origin of European architecture is in Europe. There's no way that Iranians or Armenians or Indians have ever given us anything. He even wrote the book Muslim Architecture in 1914, in which there's a whole chapter on Armenian architecture. And so this division oriented Rome debate, but eventually Strigovsky's race-based theories were obviously after the war undermined, shoved under the carpet. No one wanted to talk about it until maybe 10 years ago. Actually, Christina Maranci wrote her dissertation on sort of recovering Strigovsky. But what Strigovsky did was to put Armenian architectural discourses in the global map. And going back to this idea of revival. What do we revive in our modern architecture? So you guys know this by heart, so obviously Sovietization, Tamanyan's masterpiece, and so one man's handwriting, which one? Go back? This one. One man's handwriting, the green city, the green belt city, uniform, but which golden age do we go back to? And so this resonates with Ruskin about preservation, conservation, and the impact of these archaeological and art historical examination in the design of modern architecture. So you know the history of, he began to have these locus where they are connected. So the Harabarak, of course, enshrined with Lenin's statue, where Lenin's statue is sort of the Lenin, Soviet sort of style, but actually the Pendentive, which was destroyed, was a work of real classical revival, Armenian classical revival, particularly it's almost like a hotchkar, it's sort of lace work almost. And so the one, okay, you take down Lenin, but what about the rest? Why can't we change the meaning of Lenin? When I was a graduate student, I gave a talk arguing for this, and no one really liked that. And so all of the architecture that we have in Yerevan, these are neoclassical architecture, again influenced by the 19th century discussions about revivalism. And how monuments help us generate collective memory. So this here, you see, just look in the back how these arches are being used. And then over time, they are being filled with these symbolic meanings. And then after, this is 2001, when I was actually living here, and this is the commemoration of Christianity. So I was living here, teaching here, I was trying to teach in this school, but then I didn't survive. I ended up in art history. But how sort of we're seeing the form remains the same, the use of monument remains the same, its meaning is now we're all Christian. We're communists then, now we're all Christian. And how sort of this continues this tradition. The Lenin Square, this importance of the Northern Avenue in terms of being Tamanyan's vision. So what do we preserve in terms of Tamanyan's respect for Tamanyan's vision, but also be pragmatic and progressive about it, I mean, contemporary about it. Of course, the Opera House, you guys know this, all of this is revivalism. But next to it then, we also in the 60s, we have modernism that is coming into Armenia in different kinds of forms, leisure architecture, sports architecture, reinventing the idea of the perfect modern man, and sometimes woman. These are some of the photos I took over the years in terms of how we valorize the contemporary, the modern. Do we let it, I mean, this is, to me, this is absolutely gorgeous, this dining board. But we have lost interest, immediate interest for it because of the economic. And we come back to collective identity, collective memory, and in 1965, the decision by the government, the Soviet Armenian government, to build a monument, and that was a statement. It meant that the genocide happened, so maybe from the other side, because there is a monument, therefore it happened. And so just the way that the decision was made to go modern, minimalist modern, be universal in its language, with very minimal use of actual Armenian medieval iconography. And it is the rituals around this monuments that continues to pass down the memory of the genocide. I'm going to skip this. Mezzamor is another great project, and I really liked the work of Sarhad with this book about revalorizing the idea of the city. The city, again, very modern. There's nothing medieval Armenian about it, but the city as a weapon and a revenge for the genocide. Because if something happens, then it's going to impact the perpetrators of the genocide. You guys know all of this, the earthquake, the independent, the Arba movement, the independent movement, and then of course there was a question about what do we do with all these Soviet monuments. Obviously, during revolutions, the first thing that come down are these, Lenin came down, but, you know, what to do with Lenin, and the poor guy is just, my proposition then was that we need to change its meaning through social acts, like give the monument, leave Lenin where it was, give the monument to an artist every other month, every 6 months, let them do something with it. I mean, like, you push Lenin as it's standing and pointing to the bright future, you push it forward and one of the leg is dangling in air, that completely changes its meaning. Yes.
Dissonant heritage, right? Dissonant. Difficult heritage.
Yes. Yes, difficult heritage. Yeah. I was in Tiflis, I was in Georgia in the early 90s, and we got into a taxi and we passed a Stalin monument, and I said, "Oh, who's that?" I mean, I knew her. And he's like, "No, it's some guy." And he's like, "Really, it's some guy." So they were themselves changing the meaning of the monument, claiming that that's some guy. And then this is the Lenin monument from Leningrad, Gyumri, and it was sort of sitting in they literally didn't know what to do with it. They just took it and put it there. And then it becomes, what do you do once you get rid of the monument? Because then all of a sudden Tamanyan's square doesn't make sense anymore. Because it has architectural logic, spatial logic, it has a point, it has an axis, it's connected to the Northern Avenue to the Opera, etc., etc. So in 2001 they decided that this was a disaster in terms of the monument. The whole thing was falling apart. The material was probably brought from Turkey, or the cheapest material from anywhere. And it was interesting the way that people were approaching in the same rituals as Lenin. Is like there was always a guard to save, like no one takes the maps away, or and then after a while they put a big television. They still didn't know what to do. There were some rituals around it. And then, of course, the biggest question was the Nahal the Northern Avenue that Tamanyan designed, but no one implemented. Then you had these historical monuments, 19th century monuments. Do you preserve them? Who does it? You sell it off? in this capitalist open market? Can you trust a bunch of oligarchs to preserve? And so it was a real question of what do you do with how much you respect Hamanyan's vision, what do you change, what do you modernize, and above all, the moral question was, what do you do with the people who have real estate in the center of the city, and how do you compensate them? And so there was a lot of debate during this time between preservation, conservation, and complete reconstruction in the name of time. And so today's Tafawar Moda is that. It's just, and finally, I think I'm finishing with this one, or Kukrus, or the Yonir's. I've witnessed it blocked by an oligarch, and then these are some of the drawings. This is when it's going up, and this is my own photograph where it just disappeared. And we're like right there. I mean, it was right there, off the sphere. And the site of the new building, whatever it might be, has been emptied now for 7 years, a typical pattern. So we saw economic pressures and these ideas that brought down some of these monuments, including the Pakshtugan. And so this pattern of destruction, post-Soviet, early Soviet, the modernism of the early Soviet period, we need to get rid of everything, start a new utopian society, build everything, and then post-independence, where because of economic pressures, we were destroying things, and of course my last slide is the destruction of national heritage, Armenian national heritage in Nakhichevan and Artsakh. It's almost sort of the continuation of this cleaning up of these invented borders, and now they have their preservation and destruction implications. Thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions, or we can just finish and you can go rest. You have a very long day. Oh no, you still have to talk.
Yeah, a little bit.
Hearts? Nick? Strikovsky. So Strikovsky is still being, art historians are very careful. Because of Mananchi's work, Christina Mananchi, who's a historian of artist, because of her, because of, I have written on Strikovsky in the Iranian case, and a few people have sort of brought him back, thank you very much. A few people have brought him back into this discourse. So, for head beginning, I think it's their problem from some racist state. There were things that were valid in his argument, and Christianity did go to the east. Obviously, we're Christian. Obviously, some of the earliest cathedrals were in Iran, because Sasanian never allowed it and Rome didn't allow it. So there is valid. It's all yours.
So you have an amazing presentation from her. You know, a lot of ideas and context and So yeah, so I have combined with her like some practical work. So you have a lot of good theory. Now we will move to some like projects. Just to, I will not make it very long. Just to give you some ideas, some reflections about possibilities of how you work really like in practical issues. So this is my my aim. Here, as I told you, we are concentrating projects or rehabilitation projects which are focused on the post-conflict. And this is some example of the restoration rehabilitation work that we did in a city called Raqqa. Raqqa is very, very important. Sorry, I didn't have time to translate it to English, but I will tell you. Raqqa is very important in the history of Islam because it was a city built by Harun al-Rashid. Harun al-Rashid is the Caliph of 1,000 knights. So he was living in winter in Baghdad, and for the summer he came to Raqqa. So he built big buildings, palaces, and a lot of mosques. And Raqqa, as I mentioned, it was destroyed so much during the Islamic State occupation. So what we did, since liberation from Islamic State, we created a local NGO in order to document, protect cultural heritage. And this is an NGO that we created called Rafiqatuna, which is the old name of Raqqa during the history. So it's Rafiqatuna means the old city of Raqqa. So we did a lot of capacity buildings with architects like you, to inform them about how to document damage, basic trainings on rehabilitation, on traditional architecture, all of these kind of things. So with the years, we built several projects. So for example, here you can see some of the projects that we did. As I said, also we do a lot of emergency intervention. So for you can see these cases. This Raqqa is very famous as well in a very big wall around the old city. So for example, here you can see how this was opened because they used it in order to move weapons during the occupation of Islamic State. Here, for example, this is a minaret of a mosque. Also, it was very affected, so we did some protection measures, and we documented it, and we tried to really protect it in order because it was like very threatened to collapse. As I said, we do those projects of rehabilitation which are important for the local communities. We are not, all of those previous interventions are just emergency for some building. But here you can see some of those buildings which they were like in this bad situation. So you can see how we rehabilitated them. This, for example, a traditional house. One of the unique traditional house which was destroyed. A lot of the city was of those houses like from the 90s, from the end of the 90s, the beginning of the 20th century. So what we did in order to keep this alive, and to show that there is this model of architecture, we restored all of these buildings. So far, this is a reception hall, which is very important for the community, because, as I said, when they have like celebrities, or when they have the people, they come together. So we restored it. It was in this very dramatical situation. So you can see how the restoration of those buildings, using all the traditional methods to restore. This is a building. Also, we are having a new project. We restored it to make it a community hub. So here we will bring 20 women to give them as well knowledge and to produce handicrafts. So there will be several workshops here, and the women, they will produce these handicrafts in order to help them to get some income, because they are very poor. So you can see all the restoration work, how it became. You can see. As I said, also we train locals, architects, how they can really document the materials of the restoration. Because all of this is very local, and the knowledge of it should be documented. So we train them in order to make this documentation, of those objects. So this is what kind of project we do. And this is a Raqqa. Andiamo al secondo, quello che viene dopo. Sì. This is another project which also we did in Syria, another city called Manbij. This is also, we can say, one of the iconic places of the heritage in this city. This was used by Islamic State as a jail, as I mentioned. So this building was affected by the bad use of Islamic State. They demolished, they destroyed some of its part, and also it was an earthquake. So then we started to document it, and with the earthquake we took the stones, and then we numbered them, and then we make them back again. You can see here how we are doing all of this work. So this wall here was very affected because of the earthquake. Some photos, how we used also this traditional method to clean the stones. You can see how it was destroyed as well. So we make it like that, again as it was before. Putting these glasses like that to enter the light. This is a traditional hammams. I don't know if in Armenia there are some of those. No. You can see this is a mine was in the roof of the. So we cleaned it. We cleaned it, and so again.
No, point here. You have to point to here.
Here, yeah.
Yes, the receiver is here.
Can I ask a question?
So you can see how became the roof. The roof was totally destroyed. So we restored it. Yes, you have a question.
I have a question. I don't understand if it was underground or was a roof.
It's a roof. Yeah, this was in the roof. Yeah, it was in the roof. So it was in very, very bad shape. It was very, very bad shape, You can see. So now it's restored. restored. You can see how it's restored now after finishing it. No, why I'm telling you this? So we trained the architects to do all of this work. They didn't have any knowledge about the restoration, you know. As I said, we need always also to do before restoration a study to understand what are the materials, you know, because to find these materials it's not really not easy, you know. This is also Roman tomb with fresks. Also it was all destroyed because of the looters who want to find, you know, treasures, you know. So we try to make this just in order. This is under the ground to protect it. Here you have a big mosaic. Also, it was like on open. It was discovered because the looters, they come and they try to find treasures, you know. So what we did, cleaned it and we built this in order to protect it, you know. So we put this passes in order to protect and to make it accessible to visit, you know, because the people they cannot go on it. So yeah, this is another project. So as I said, we really try always to build the trust, you know. So because we cannot stay there all the time, we just come for like a few days. But all the work is like with the people. So we build this trust, it's very important. And then training, you know. And you can see that everything is possible, you know, just you need to get some knowledge and start to work. And if you like this kind of work, it's really amazing because you can see how changed, you know, it was destroyed and now, at this place now, it will be like a community hub. So we will use it as well as centers, as the people they come and we can make exhibitions about heritage. We do festivals. We do exhibitions as well, you know, so this is the idea. We want really to make it a very active place for the city, you know. I will finish very fast with another work that we do in Yemen. You know, Yemen it's very forgotten country. It's very important country for architecture. It's very important. So one of the first, you know, there is a city in Yemen called Shibam. They call it Manhattan of the desert. You know, those very famous buildings, like very high and with a very nice architecture. Now I will show you some of this architectural objects. So we work in a city called Taz, which is also very important for the history of Yemen. But again, a lot of those traditional houses are very affected by the neglect, you know, because the country is very poor, the government, you know, they cannot really preserve those buildings. So you can see how is the situation, you know, of some of those buildings. A lot of damage. You can see here. Also, they are very affected by climate change. This is a place where we work. I will tell you more about it. So this is the castle of Taz, which is very important, iconic place for the Yemen. You know. So it's very, very iconic place. You can see a lot of destruction by the war. This is the castle that I am telling you about it. Later I will show you how we worked for doing conservation and rehabilitation work. You can see here a lot of problems of the buildings. Anyhow, museum were destroyed. I just want to show, this is a typical Yemeni architecture. It's amazing architecture. In many places, they are in Yemen. You can find this type of architecture. We did some of those restorations. This is another command that we work on it. Again, many training. This is also an era work, So what we did in this class, and now we are doing the second project. The first project was documentation and emergency intervention. As I said, this place is an iconic place for Yemen. And we choose it not because it's really important for the people. So the city needs this castle. So it's like a town for the city. Everyone wants to have a nice time. In order to pass a nice time in Taz, they go there. But it was closed because of the destruction. A lot of destruction is and it's somehow dangerous. So what we did, we documented it very well. We did a damage assessment, and then where there is risk of collapse, or we did this kind of emergency intervention. So this, for example, because in the down there are like houses. So one day, not a long time ago, some stones they come and they kill one person. So we tried to make this emergency intervention. You can see, also it was a big risk of the plants and vegetations because of climate change and the heavy raining. A lot of planets they were in the planets as a vegetation affect as well the building, So we needed to clean up all of this of the planets. You can see here before and after how it was, You can see just some photos to show you how it changed. Again, this is the main entrance of the castle. It was really like in very bad way, and it's almost collapsed. So now we got fund money from the US Ambassador Fund. You know them, right? It's like a big funding. So in order to do some restoration, I mean it needs millions. But now we are focusing in the places where really so the main entrance, as you can see here. So we are doing now this work now. We do, as I said, a lot of activities with kids in with the schools. So here they learn about how they can draw and paint, the castle, because it's a very important place for their identity, A lot of communities activities, a lot of, here we do festivals on heritage. They come with dancing, also traditional clothes. A lot of lectures, public lectures. Here I was in Yemen doing also some training. It was it's not really very safe, but again, I traveled there. Always we do a lot of training with them. So training, using GIS, using photogrammetry. Yeah. Anyhow, this is a little bit to show you how is Yemen, a little bit yeah. So yeah, it's just I want to show you a little bit about this. I don't know if you have any questions, so you can now you have an idea about the type of the projects that we do. Any comments, questions?
Yes, I want to say that what you are doing is that in any project, the difficult part is the first step.
Yeah, absolutely.
And what I'm doing is that you go first step, and in order to it can become a big project, and you're doing the first steps.
Yeah. So always there is a first step, you know. First, you know, we need 1 year in order to build, you know, our network, trust people, and then, you know, all of those projects we are since years we are doing that, you know. So yeah, I hope that I give you a useful, practical overview. And you can, in the future, I am sure that you will do your projects. Just, you know, you need to learn now, you know, learn as much as you can. You have like amazing people to learn from. And yeah, we will be in touch in case if you need my mail or a number, so we can also, in the future also, we would like to have some of the students that come to study with us, you know, so in case if you want to make masters later or PhD, so you will be very welcome. So yeah, thank you very much, and yeah, it was a lovely day.
Can we get presentations?
Yeah. He has that.
If you have a USB drive, then you can use it right now. Sorry?
Can we have more presentations to
So I have them. If you have a USB drive, I can give that to you right now. Otherwise, I'll send my mom and shoot Okay, I think so. I don't know because I do not participate in that part, so I have no idea. But yes, I'll tell her you asked, and I mean I'll say this one. Yeah. No problem.
But I think you will come back here, you will stay down or will you stay
Here I'm going to and then I'll come back in. Sorry.
Yes. The current price today, it's still a work in progress because we're just making channel and it's.
I just worry about the sessions that we were online.